조심을 많이 해놨는데.
네네.
예, 수고. 분들은 마스크 안 하셔도
안 해도 되죠?
예, 지금 다 칸막이를 해놔서요.
예.
Okay, so we are ready to go now, right? So we all set. Okay. 원장님 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
예.
Good afternoon, everyone. Probably you can hear me, but I cannot hear you. Well, my name is Shin Kim. I'm the director of the Center for International Development and Cooperation at the KIPA. Thank you for participating 2020 KIPA-UN DESA Forum. The theme of this year is public governance and innovative partnerships for addressing the COVID-19 pandemic. In this forum, we'd like to discuss the role of public sector to deal with the pandemic and hopefully suggest innovative solutions to address the problems. This forum is co-hosted by KIPA and UN DESA. Thank you for their support to make this happen. Now, we will have opening remarks from the institutions. Firstly, President of KIPA will deliver his opening remarks. Please welcome President Sung-Ho An.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to welcome all the guests to our 2020 KIPA-UN DESA Forum on Public Governance and Innovative Partnerships for addressing the COVID-19 pandemic. This year's forum is particularly meaningful because it is an important collaborative effort to address urgent global governance issues in the era of COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to express my sincere appreciation Mr. Bok-Hyun Kim, Head of UN Project Office on Governance, for co-organizing this forum. I also extend my sincere gratitude to moderators, presenters, and discussants in each session, all the participants, and the organizing staff members of this forum. We have endured almost a year-long struggle against the COVID-19 pandemic. Until today, December 8, 2020, the number of coronics reached 68 millions. The number of deaths came to over 1.55 millions. COVID-19 attacked against every country. Its impact is quite different from country to country. The world average of deaths out of 100,000 people is about 19. In many countries, such as United States, United Kingdom, and Italy, the number amount to 80 to 90, whereas in Korea, the number just 1. Also, the economic damage of the pandemic has been the least in Korea among the OECD countries. Of course, Korea cannot be complacent at all. Nowadays, Korea raised up the level of social distancing by the omens of the third wave of the pandemic. Nevertheless, it would be helpful in overcoming the pandemic crisis to examine and discuss the outstanding example of Korea's pandemic response. There are some important lessons from the K-quarantine activities. First, K-quarantine is overall the product of crisis learning. Crisis learning enables Korea to flatten the COVID-19 infection curve. The Korea government learned from the 2014 Seoul ferry tragedy and the 2015 MERS failures. The government has continued to learn during the current pandemic. Second, the supreme core value of K-quarantine is putting life first. President Moon Jae-in pointed out that the putting life first policy paradigm originated from the empathy lesson from the Seoul ferry's sinking, which took away 304 lives. Most of them were Danon High School students on the way to Jeju Island for graduation study tour. The government has imposed no charge for diagnosis and treatment of the COVID-19 to Koreans and even foreign residents. Third, K-quarantine taught us that protecting the vulnerable is an investment, not cost, for preventing coronavirus from spreading and even further for keeping democratic capitalism healthier. I would like to add more lessons from the K-quarantine. Unwavering transparency, considering privacy protection is essential. The creative use of digital technology contributes to the minimal time-limited regulations based on the 5 levels social distancing. Proactive public administration boosts public and private entrepreneurship. Central local government partnership is a must. People trustworthy in the K-quarantine improves overall government trust. The K-quarantine awakens citizenship. Citizens participate in the production of K-quarantine services as co-producers along with the government. K-quarantine has confirmed that, democracy is the best social vaccine. I believe this forum will be a meaningful occasion to share our lessons learned from the pandemic. And I hope this forum serves as a great opportunity for crisis learning for the more democratic, safe world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President An. Now, on behalf of UN DESA, head of UN POG will address his opening remarks. Please welcome Mr. Bo-Kyun Shim.
Thank you, Shin Kim. Dr. Sung-Wan, President of KIPA, distinguished participants, and ladies and gentlemen, as the head of UN Project Office on Governance, it is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to this forum. I'm delighted to continue the collaboration with KIPA for the 2nd annual forum on public governance and participants partnerships following the first forum held in June 2019. Taking this opportunity, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Sung-Wan, President of KIPA, for their continued support and collaboration. The COVID-19 pandemic has unleashed an unprecedented crisis with aggravated inequalities, reversing decades of progress on poverty eradication and jeopardizing the prospect of achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Combating the COVID-19 pandemic calls for effective, accountable, and inclusive public governance at all levels. First of all, effective public governance, particularly through better interagency and national to local coordination, is essential for effective and coherent COVID-19 responses across government at all levels by breaking the silos and institutional fragmentation. Also, public governance with an inclusive and participatory decision-making process by engaging stakeholders, including medical expert groups and citizens, can mobilize whole of society efforts for more effective and inclusive COVID-19 responses. In particular, the COVID-19 pandemic has underscored the crucial role of local governments as responders to this public health emergency. Local governments could quickly assess the situations, identify the needs of citizens on the ground, and find innovative solutions to local contexts through partnership with the local communities. They also play an important role to ensure that essential services and assistance are delivered to all, including to the most vulnerable populations, such as older persons, women, persons with disabilities, migrants, and refugees. Secondly, this unprecedented pandemic calls for public institutions' responses that are agile, creative, and innovative. It is therefore crucial to foster transformation of public institutions for effective COVID-19 response and building resilience. In this regard, strengthening risk-informed governance can equip government as well as other stakeholders to effectively respond to the impact of disasters, including public health emergencies. Thirdly, leveraging ICTs and digital government can significantly contribute to the innovative solutions for combating COVID-19. It is not only facilitates contact tracing and social distancing, but also enable essential public service delivery and strengthen government transparency and accountability. Timely data collection and sharing across all levels of government by harnessing ICTs and digital government tools can also effectively support national to local coordination and co-creation and co-designing of public services through engagement of all stakeholders. Lastly but not least, forging innovative partnerships between government and various stakeholders is imperative. We can effectively respond to COVID-19 by supplementing technical and resource capacity of government. Especially at the local level, various local stakeholders, including local communities and businesses, have been more interactive with local authorities. Diverse modes of innovative local partnerships have emerged, especially in cities, to support local authorities in deploying innovative solutions to address COVID-19. Moreover, many city governments have been embracing open innovations and sharing innovative solutions through peer-to-peer learning via city partnership platforms. UNPOG of KIPA-UN DESA is mandated to strengthen public governance capacities of developing member states for the 2030 agenda. UNPOG stepped up its capacity support to the states in leveraging public governance and spearheading innovative solutions for addressing the COVID-19. We have organized a series of capacity development webinars on building effective public governance, leveraging ICTs and digital government, and promoting innovative partnerships for addressing the COVID-19. We shared innovative practices from different countries and sectors. UNPOG has also been developing the 3 training toolkits on effective national to local governance, social inclusion of vulnerable groups, and the risk-informed governance and technologies for DRR. They are part of DPID's curriculum on governance for the SDGs. As our continued effort, I hope today's forum can be a valuable occasion to exchange good practices and share lessons learned in innovative public governance and forging partnerships in response to COVID-19. I look forward to fruitful discussions and wish you all very successful forum. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Bo-Gyun Shim. That concludes the opening remarks from two institutions. Well, originally, we planned to have a photo session together, but unfortunately, because the severity of the condition in Korea, we like to have that everything online. So instead of the normal photo session, we will have a online photo session. How we do that? We capturing the screen, and that is the new kinds of photo session. So everybody, in this room, turn on their video, so we can see your smiles. Okay, and who's gonna take this? Okay. Well, I can see 1, 2, 3, things like that. No? Okay, now I think our assistant is taking photos. It's kind of the capturing the screen. Okay, all done? Okay. Okay, the photo session is over. You will all have that photo sent to you to your mail right after this forum. I guess we have about it's about a little. We supposed to begin the first session at 1:30, but I guess we have a 10 minutes earlier. Maybe I guess since all the presenters and discussants are here, probably without no break, we will just move on to the first session. Okay, all right. Well, the first session actually had the 90 minutes, so now we're going to have 100 minutes, 10 minutes more, so we can maybe discuss a little bit more than planned. The title of that the session is COVID-19 Response Systems, Southern Policy Countries and Korea. We have four presenters. Out of four presenters, 3 cases from the Southeast Asia, Philippines, Indonesia, and Thailand. And we like to the first presentation is comparing Korea with those 3 countries. And try to find any policy implications to address that the COVID-19. And I guess the first presentation is for the Philippines. I'd like to introduce Senior Vice President for Program Operations at the Development Academy of the Philippines, Ms. Magdalena Mendoza is my old friend. Okay, welcome back to KIPA Forum. Now you can have the session.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kim, for that kind introduction. So, okay, so good day to everyone. Thank you to the Korea Institute of Public Administration and the UN DESA for giving us this opportunity to present the Philippines COVID-19 strategies, response system, and international cooperation. This is a product of a research relying mainly on descriptive methodology to examine how the country responded to the COVID-19 crisis including how we leverage our partnership with the private and international organizations to optimize the COVID-19 response system. First-hand information used in the study were obtained from select members of the Interagency Task Force for COVID-19, the key implementers of the National Action Plan, and focused discussion with representatives from many national government agencies. Next slide, please. This is the outline of my presentation. I will give you a little bit of context and overview of the COVID-19 response, some intermediate results, and our insights and conclusion. Next slide, please. So the COVID-19 pandemic caught the Philippines against the backdrop of a strong economic prospects, with the GDP steadily growing at around 6 to 7% since 2012. The Philippines is among the fastest growing economies in the region and is considered likely to become an upper middle income country within the short term. The country has a relatively strong fiscal position with high gross international reserves and a recently very good credit rating. The poverty situation is improving and the unemployment rate is low at 5.3%. For 2020, the national budget amounted to more than 4 trillion pesos, a large chunk of which is earmarked for vital infrastructure under the Build program and human capital development, such as the conditional cash transfer to those below the poverty line, to lay the foundation for the Ambition 2040 or the country's vision and aspiration for a strongly rooted, comfortable, and a secured life for every Filipino by the year 2020. Next slide, please. The Philippines is a democratic and republican state with a presidential form of government. We have 3 branches of government, and at the subnational level, there are 18 administrative regions, 81 provinces, 143 cities, 1,489 municipalities, and more than 42,000 barangays or villages. The Philippines has an active and relatively healthy population with notable declines in mortality and increasing average life expectancy. The estimated population stands at around 108.2 million as of 2019, and the country is poised to benefit from a demographic dividend with 64% of the population in the working age between 15 to 64 years old. The country's population is dispersed unevenly in its 7,641 islands. You see the 3 main islands, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, and the capital, the National Capital Region. The health system is a hybrid of public and private health care with a decentralized setup. With the passage of the local government code, the delivery of basic health services was devolved to local government units, and in this setup, both the national and subnational governments possess certain degrees of autonomy and authority in managing and delivering healthcare. At the national level, the Department of Health is the principal agency, and at the local level, these are the local government units. The country has a vibrant civil society and a strong private sector participating in governance. Next slide, please. The Philippines has witnessed many outbreaks of emerging infectious diseases, such as the SARS, the avian influenza, Ebola, and the MERS-CoV, and continues to be vulnerable to the threats of re-emerging infections. The health sector has a good track record in managing infectious diseases. For instance, during the SARS outbreak in 2002 to 2003, the Philippines had only 14 cumulative number of reported probable cases. Only 2 out of those 14 cases died. While there was no travel ban, government released travel advisories against countries with local transmission. Rigid screening were done at airports, and the government established a trial system that included community containment, quarantine measures, and aggressive contact tracing. This experience informed the country's overall surveillance and response system on public health emergencies. So now we have a program. It's the Philippine Integrated Disease Surveillance and Response System, established in compliance with international health regulations of the WHO, complemented by the Emerging and Re-emerging Disease Infectious Program of the Department of Health. We also have a law on reporting of communicable diseases. And in 2014, the government established the Interagency Task Force for the Management of Emerging Infectious Diseases. In cases where disasters have reached proportions beyond the capability of our local government units, the national government takes control. The health emergency management follows the framework of the Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction and Management System, with the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council as the overall lead implementing agency. Next slide, please. So to manage, this is the timeline of the COVID-19 health event from December 2019 to January 2020. The response of the government focused on surveillance and initiated preliminary preparedness measures, given that the first imported case in the country was detected in January. By February 2000, the government rolled out its primary response, particularly the imposition of travel restrictions. And by March, local transmission in the country were already reported, followed by surges in the number of infected individuals, prompting the government to impose the Luzon-wide strict community lockdown, which immediately expanded to cover the entire country. We could see here the four-door approach employed by the Department of Health. Each door represents a minimum set of health and related interventions required when triggers are met. Code white is the lowest level and code red is the highest. You would see here that the DOH had the blue door until February, and code red was opened only in March with the first case of local transmission. Next slide, please. To manage the COVID-19 response of the government, the Interagency Task Force for Emerging Infectious Diseases was immediately activated, and its membership was expanded with the establishment of the National Task Force for COVID-19. The response structure has three levels: strategic, operational, and tactical. And at the strategic level, the President of the Philippines is the National Command-in Authority, and the task force is backstaffed by Technical Advisory Group, Screening and Validation Committee, and several technical working groups. The range of urgent public concerns that confronted the task force, including the pace by which policies were crafted, can be gleaned from the number and types of technical working groups created within a few months to quickly undertake studies and formulate recommendations. For instance, on social amelioration, data analytics, management of repatriated overseas workers, anticipatory and forward planning, information and communications technology, transportation, physical mental resilience of the public, vaccine development, the entry of foreign nationals, and others. At the tactical level, regional task forces with the Office of the Civil Defense as the overall regional coordinator and local task forces were activated with the local government chief executives as the chairperson. Next slide, please. In response to the health emergency, the Philippine government also established the National Action Plan against COVID-19, adhering to the principles of people-centered, national government-enabled, and local government-led plans. Adopted by the task force early in the year, the plan focused on both health and economy, and it consists of 4 phases. Phase 1, between March to June. Phase 2, July to September. Phase 3, we are now in Phase 3, October to December, and Phase 4, dealing with the new normal in 2021. The end objective is to prevent and contain, if not eliminate, the spread of COVID and enable government and business to function, mitigate social and security impact, and enable the people to adapt to the new normal. Next slide, please. We can see here the strategic design of Phase 1. The objective here was fourfold. First, provide clear, accurate, and timely information to support operations against COVID-19. Second, to contain and mitigate the spread of the virus. Third, sustain the conduct of operations. And fourth, mitigate the consequences and impacts of COVID-19 on the society, economy, and security. In order to accomplish this phase, the government made sure of the following. Frontliners were protected, motivated, and reconstituted with sufficient reserve of personnel and medical equipment and supplies. Second, government ensured uninterrupted delivery of essential and critical utilities and businesses. It also mobilized state assets to sustain the operations. Funds were made available at least for 6 months, and COVID-related essential information for decision were made available, especially for the status of cases and contact tracing. The next slide will show you the design of phase 2. In phase 2, the intention is to strategically balance health and economic objectives, and the main thrust is to institutionalize the main strategy, which is the PDITR, or prevent, detect, isolate, treat, and reintegrate, to contain and manage new cases and keep the fatality low through expanded testing, aggressive contact tracing, and to mainstream the new normal to allow continuity of business and non-disruption of work. During this period, greater effort is exerted to promote a change in people's mindset and health behavior, to heighten engagement and vigilance, and to localize the national government and local government-led response, particularly in the implementation of the zoning containment strategy. We adopted the granular lockdowns during this stage, and the establishment of mega temporary treatment facilities, aggressive use of non-pharmaceutical interventions, and more aggressive contact tracing. Next slide, please. So in summary, you would see the timeline of strategic responses here. So from December 2019 to January 2020, the response of the government focused on surveillance and initiating preliminary preparedness measures. By February, the government rolled out its initial response, particularly on the imposition of travel restrictions. By March until June, local transmissions in the country were already reported, followed by surges, prompting the government to impose the community lockdowns and enact the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act. And with the enactment of this law, the entire country was placed under the state of national emergency. This triggered the implementation of the national policy response and social amelioration measures to help individuals and vulnerable business sectors heavily affected by the lockdowns. By July until the succeeding months, as the country continued to ramp up its capacity to fight COVID-19, lockdowns were slowly eased in certain parts of the country, and the economy started to move again, albeit still limited. By September, the Bayanihan to Recover as One Act was enacted to provide policy mechanisms that will accelerate the economic recovery and strengthen the economic resiliency of the country as it transitions to the new normal. Next slide, please. So from the outset, international cooperation and collaboration with other countries has been vital in the COVID-19 response. Foremost among the global organizations collaborating with the Philippines when it comes to health matters is the World Health Organization and United Nations agencies. The WHO has been a reliable partner of the country when it comes to management of infectious diseases. The UN Office of the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs also launched early in the year Philippine COVID-19 response plan to support the national government and local government units in strengthening the health system and in upholding the overall safety and well-being of people at risk. Collaboration with foreign governments and institutions is a result of a goodwill and strong bilateral ties of the Philippines with many countries. The good diplomatic relations of the country facilitated the repatriation of overseas Filipinos who were affected by COVID-19. This is a peculiar situation for the Philippines due to its relatively large number of overseas Filipinos working abroad, numbering to around 10 million. And since February, we have repatriated over 200,000 overseas Filipinos, and this is the biggest repatriation that ever happened in the country. At the domestic front, our Foreign Affairs Department closely coordinated with the embassies in Manila for the repatriation of foreign nationals, many of which are tourists going back to their countries of origin. The Philippines had to extend care for stranded foreign nationals, especially at the peak of lockdowns and cancellation of international flights until they were able to safely leave the country. And while the world is still reeling from the crisis, to allow the continued operation of foreign embassies and the entry of foreign nationals for specific and essential purposes. The Philippines is also party to the ASEAN +3 in crafting the plan of action in mitigating the economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic and for supporting the future emergency situation and the post-pandemic economic recovery. At the height of the crisis, there were fears that Vietnam will limit the rice export, but Vietnam assured the country that it will continue with the supply, even with the current health crisis. The Republic of Korea also donated rice to the Philippines as part of the ASEAN +3 Rice Research Agreement, or the UPTR, and we are very thankful for that. In its most recent meeting, the ASEAN foreign ministers also enforced the setting up of a COVID-19 ASEAN Response Fund, the sharing of information and strategies to cushion the impact of the global crisis due to COVID-19. International cooperation also played a vital part in strengthening the local COVID-19 testing capacity, and the Philippines is also participating in the COVID-19 vaccine trials to ensure equitable access to global vaccine supply. And through bilateral cooperation, the Philippines is collaborating with foreign research institutions and pharmaceutical groups on the clinical trials for vaccine research. So here are some of the intermediate results. In the next slide, you will see that, next slide please, that the case as of date is just around 406,000, or rather as of November 14. This has slowed down a bit. And the 7-day moving average is down to around a little over 1,000 cases. In the next slide, you will see the disaggregation, male and female. There are more cases for males, and of the active cases, most are mild cases, around 83%, and severe cases only represent around 2.3%. Those in critical are in 4.1%, and the asymptomatic is just around less than 10%. In terms of daily recoveries, next slide please, you would see that we have a high recovery rate at 89.35%. Next slide please. As to the fatality, although this is still somewhat high, but 1.92% is the fatality rate. It's not so bad really. And the positivity rate is only around 6%, although we need to improve further. But the good news is that as of November 14, next slide please, we have already expanded dramatically our testing capacity. Now we have around 125 laboratories. About 8 months ago, we only have 1 laboratory, and we have to send to Australia the samples and wait for days before we see the result. From one, we have now 125, and I think as of today, there are about more than 162 laboratories already. Another good news is the development and approval of the Gen Amplify. This is a locally made PCR-based COVID-19 testing kit developed by our Department of Science and the Department of Health. Let me share a bit about the other responses, particularly on the socioeconomic response. Next slide, please. The Philippine economy plunged by 16.5% for the second quarter of 2020. And with the imposition of movement restrictions, economic activities were halted, causing heavy disruptions in critical sectors of the economy. And so the government had to come in. So government, through the Bayanihan Act, provided for social amelioration program for the low-income households and displaced public utility drivers, for displaced domestic and overseas foreign workers. It also provided assistance for the small businesses and small farmers and fishers and many others which are not included anymore in my slide. So next slide. Maybe we can just share a bit about the factors that shape the COVID-19 response. There were several institutional and behavioral factors that influenced the country's response. For instance, in the health system, as the Philippines dealt with the overwhelming impact of COVID-19, the issues and gaps in the healthcare severed and consequently overburdened the weak health system. The disparity in geographical distribution of health human resources and infrastructure within and across regions, for instance, laboratory and quarantine facilities, medical supplies, and the like, and the varying levels of functional and service capacity of the local health facilities, particularly hospitals and laboratories, affected the response. The other one is on regulation. Regulations constrain the ability of government to swiftly respond to the outbreak. For instance, the accreditation of testing facilities, as in the case of Marikina City, which readily invested on setting up a molecular laboratory, could not operate immediately due to mandatory biosafety regulation. And the approval of a locally developed testing kit could not be given right away due to very strict health regulation. On the plus side, to fast track the usually long and tedious public procurement, this process was drastically shortened by a task force to be able to procure various medical supplies, equipment, and other essential goods. The government also established a rapid pass system to overcome the constraints in moving the goods, especially the agricultural produce, from one region, which is not so affected, to another, particularly in Metro Manila, which had so many cases, and to fast track the release of medical supplies from the Bureau of Customs. Another issue is in terms of data integrity. Access to timely and reliable data are critical elements in policy formulation, implementation, and decision-making. Unfortunately, in the initial stages, the Philippines encountered lapses in data reporting, but these were eventually reconciled. The other issue is the agility of the government. Because of the crisis situation, agencies were pushed and pressured to work together, overcoming silo operations to come up with a whole of government response. Through the task force, policies were drawn for immediate execution, and despite organizational, institutional flaws and shortcomings, the chief implementer of the government's national policy remained firm and resolute in executing strategies and actions. As the character of COVID-19 unfolds each day, through continuous research, government response and actions are calibrated based on the most recent findings and evidence, and they have to deal with that almost day by day. At the local government level, LGUs with strong leadership, innovative spirit, and public service dedication stood up to the challenge as first responders and frontline service providers, such is the case of Baguio City government that initiated its own contact tracing system and consequently emerged as a model with a simple conceptual framework, well-defined organization and management design, and demonstrated capacity to collect and analyze data using readily available technology. While there were LGUs whose local chief executives understood the nature and impact of COVID-19 and acted early enough to prepare their constituents and initiate precautionary measures to manage the situation. A number of local governments also were able to produce the resources to augment what the national government provided to top up the national government social amelioration program and provide relief goods, quarantine facilities, and the like. But the most important factor here is human behavior. The economic conditions of many Filipinos was a complicating factor in influencing behavioral changes and imposing restrictions. The lockdowns limited mobility and stalled economic activities. Thus, they were caught in situation where they had no source of income and they had to rely on intermittent relief assistance from their local governments. Social distancing protocols were violated, driven by their need to avail of government social assistance as they flocked in community halls to file the application or claim cash assistance. Poor conditions forced them not to follow government rules and ignore the implications of not practicing precautionary measures. So this is now the thrust of the task force that is shaping human behavior. To conclude, let me say that the COVID-19 pandemic is an unprecedented public health event which immediately evolved into a socio-economic crisis in remarkable proportion. The Philippines, as one of the fastest growing economies in Southeast Asia, was caught off guard, and now it is grappling with an economic recession and high unemployment rate while simultaneously mitigating the spread of COVID-19 infections and protecting the health of the Filipino people. In response, the government adopted a whole of nation approach that is people-centered, underpinned by the prevent, detect, isolate, treat, reintegrate strategy. And this is led by the local governments and enabled by the national government, leveraging on international cooperation and collaboration with the private sector and civil society organization. And this all contributed to the country's, I would say, agile response. While we are not yet fully successful, there are remarkable improvements, as you saw, in slowing down the transmission rates and also in maintaining low fatality rates, and a positive unintended consequence of fast wave of digitization and contactless transactions, because this is the only way we can communicate and contact each other. But as the economy opens and operate under a new normal, the country ought to continuously ramp up its response to control COVID-19 by fortifying the health system, strengthening the capacities of lagging local government units, imbibing foresight and anticipatory planning, rethinking its public communication, and investing on future readiness. Thank you and good afternoon to everyone.
Okay. Well, looks like there's so many factors affecting the results of COVID-19. And I guess the good news is you are getting better. So, and the trend is there's significant improvement. Well, as a result of all those your governments and privates and your citizens' efforts, hopefully all you are getting better. You know, you remember early this year, I guess this February, when we get together at Hanoi. Now we all discuss the situations in Korea. You know, in Korea, due to the religious cult. Now we had the biggest infections after China. Everybody's talking about Korea. Somehow we managed it in some time, almost none. But now, as we enter to the winter, the number is going up again. And I hopefully, this year, this is the end of it. Well, the vaccines now available. The problem is, how fast we can spread those vaccines and people are vaccinated. Well, at the beginning of this session, we had 10 minutes spare time, and you used up all those 10 minutes. Now, well, from now on, and the second and the third presentations, you just have 15 minutes, okay? I think you all can manage it. You can present within 15 minutes. The next presentation is from Thailand, Mr. Narun Papatarachai. He's a government legal counsel, the office of the Council of State from Thailand. He's a kind of not so frequent visitor to KIPA, but he visited KIPA many times. So I guess the last year I met him, but this year I cannot see you anymore. Hopefully see you next year. Okay, please welcome Mr. Narun Papatanachai.
Thank you, Dr. Shim, for introduction, kind introduction. Thank you, KIPA, and also thank you, the UN, for sponsoring this very important event. And I'm very honored to be part of the research project. You can hear me well, right? No problem with the sound, everything? Perfect. Okay. On a similar situation with South Korea and China, Thailand was one of the very first countries hit by this global pandemic. Our first case was detected in January, early January. And from then on, we have been battling with the COVID-19 pandemic ever since. So basically the entire year from January up until at the moment, December. Although I should say that the way that we respond and the manifestation of the pandemic differs throughout the time. From the very beginning, where we have to contain the virus, towards at the moment, at the end of 2020, where we have to revigorate and activate the economy and make sure that people are taken care of, not only because of the pandemic, but because of the economic effects of the virus containment responses and other economic impacts of the pandemic. Next slide, please. Similar to the Philippine project, the chapter in Thailand divided into three parts. So the first part, I explain the Thailand research team. We explain the structure and the organization of Thailand's public health system, and then we move on to discuss and explain our COVID-19 pandemic responses, which in itself was divided into three phases. Finally, we give our preliminary assessment of these policies and responses. As we gave as our conclusion of the project, we basically said that it's still very early to give the conclusive response to the responses of the government, because we are still very much in the crisis and not after the crisis yet. So any conclusion with regard to result of the policies are still preliminary. Just to give you an overview, as I said, the first case of the first detection that we had in Thailand is January 12th. And the first domestic transmission, that means that there is a local infection, not an imported case, was first reported on January 31st. And by mid to late March, we ramp up our responses from wait and see to crisis management active responses. But one thing that before I go to the 3 stages of the Thai government's responses to the global pandemic. Next slide, please. I would like to talk a little bit about our healthcare system, and it is something that the research team believes that it's part of the primary reason why we are able to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic in an effective manner. The health system in Thailand is divided into the national level and the local level. The national level with the government and the Ministry of Public Health in charge mostly of the policy setting and of the budget allocation. And we have a network, a really dense and connected network of local health deliveries units. It's called district health system. And also we have village health volunteer in all of our villages, over 1 million informal village health volunteers. These volunteers have been trained, though they're not nurses, they might not necessarily be nurses or doctors, they are part of the community. They understand the community, they understand the local culture, but they have been trained by medical professionals to take care of the villages. Our healthcare system is predominantly publicly funded and public owned. 80% of our hospitals are public and only 20% are private. And the 20% private hospitals tend to concentrated in the big cities such as Bangkok, Chiang Mai, Phuket, etc. In other countries where predominantly Thai people go to hospital, they are public hospital. Okay, and also very, very importantly, we in Thailand have the so-called universal health coverage. We have 3 public health coverage system that cover almost 99% of the people. So when the pandemic comes to Thailand, we have these well-integrated, well-funded, well-structured health insurance system to take care of most of the needs, even during the peak of the crisis. Next slide, please. As I briefly mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, this whole year of pandemic response system in Thailand can be divided into 3 parts. First is what we call wait and see period. It lasts from January to mid-March. And then the second phase is the most intense period, lasts from mid-March to early May or late April, depending on perspectives. But this is the period where all the intense regulations, all the lockdown measures was introduced. And then the final phase, which is from sort of mid-May until the present time, is the easing of the public health measure, but on the reverse trend, the introduction of the economic and social alleviation measures to make sure that the economy and the society get back on track. Next slide, please. This is the graph of the first phase. As you can see, there's a reason why the first phase is called wait and see, from sort of late January up until sort of mid-March. The number of infection remain relatively low, right? And then from mid-March all the way, we see a sharp spike of infection. And this was the result of the so-called super spreader events. We have a few parties at the nightclub, similar to many other countries, that has become the hub of the spreading of the virus. very true to the very Thai tradition, we have this Thai boxing match staged in a 10,000 capacity stadium, where around 80 people from that particular match got infected because of the virus, and they went back to their own localities and then become the super spreader event. So this is where the intense regulations and the lockdown measures begin, the end of March. Next slide, please. And with the spikes of the COVID-19 infections, the Thai government acted very swiftly. One of the first thing of the measure that got introduced was the establishment of the Center for COVID-19 Situation Administration, or CCSA. This is to centralize all of the regulatory measures, all of the executive powers into the structure whereby the Prime Minister can direct the response measures directly, personally by himself. This is in order to first cut all the red tapes, cut all the bureaucratic difficulties and delays, in order to make sure that the measures get introduced and implemented in the most swift nature. As you can see, and then under this CCSA structure, there's a public health task force consisting of the permanent secretary, so the head of the Ministry of Public Health, Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Social Development and Human Security. So basically, all of the ministries that are responsible for public health, for social movement, for society, and also for human security, they all come under the same umbrella of command. And the way that the policy is introduced is that there will be an implementation plan introduced at the national level. But the most crucial aspect of CCSA is to make sure that that implementation plan, is being transferred and communicated to the local health volunteers, the 1 million local health volunteers that I talked about earlier on. Those are the people that has to engage with the local communities directly. Next slide, please. And as you can see, once we have this intense period of regulation, including the lockdown measures, including the curfew, with banning of going out of the household after 11 and and before 5 a.m., for example, you can see that the number of infection start to flatten. The so-called flattening of the curve appear right after this measure was introduced, around late March, all the way up to mid-May. By sort of mid-May, we can be quite certain that the level of infection, or the rate of infection rather, has been under control. Next slide, please. Again, just to show you the sort of the overview of the 3 stages with regard to the rate of infections. As you can see, the fastest rate of infection is during the second phase, whereby the number of jump 100 infections in 3 days or in 7 days. But after that period, after all of the intense measures and all of the communication with the local villagers, during phase 3, it takes a long time before the number jump from mid-1,000 to 3,000. And at the moment, even up until now, the number has not gone past sort of around 3,600, 3,700 infections yet in Thailand. And most of the new cases are repatriation cases. So basically, when we receive people, expats from other countries, Thai people who want to come back to Thailand, or foreign nationals who come to Thailand for whatever reasons, 90 to 95% of new cases currently are those repatriation cases. We only have 1 or 2 local transmitted cases from September up until current day. Next slide, please. Just to give you some idea, this is what used to be the busiest shopping district in Bangkok. This is Ratchadamri intersection on Saturday afternoon. This is not taken in the early in the morning or late in the afternoon. This is midday of Saturday, which usually there'll be literally thousands of people. But because of the lockdown measure and because of the effective implementation, effective communication, there's no people on the street at all during those times. This is how we can contain the virus. People are observing the measure very diligently. Next slide, please. Another important lesson from our situation is that the centralized communication method under CCSA, under the Center for COVID-19 Administration, is that every day at around 10 a.m., right, there will be a message, only one message from the government delivered by this doctor, and later on with his assistant in the small piglets, just to give you an overview of the effective communication measure. Next slide, please. I have 2 more minutes, and then I realize that my time's up, but just give me 2 more minutes. Just to give an overview of the result of the policy. As I said, the effective communication and the diligent implementation of the COVID-19 response measures make Thailand contain the virus infections and spreading effectively very well. Next slide, please. But the problem is the economics, right? So we stop people from moving, we stop people from working. This results in a sharp drop in manufacturing and service output. And the industry that got affected the most is actually the tourism industry, the hotel industry, the restaurant industry, the travel industry. So at the moment, next slide, please. At the moment, the government is now focusing on helping these industry in particular. Firstly, is by giving debt moratorium, so an extension of debt interest payment and the principal payment up until 6 months to give the industry or economy a little more liquidity, for example, and give special loans at the very low interest rate. Next slide, please. On the individual level, there's a lot of cash handout program in various forms. At the beginning, it's just a straight cash handout of 5,000 baht a month to a certain qualified group of population. Later on, at the moment, the government run this cash handout policy through an application whereby you can use the application on your smartphone to buy goods and services for half the price, because the government would then match or supply the other half of the price of the good or services through the app. Next slide, please. And that's conclude the presentation. My apologies for going over just hopefully not too much, but that's the overview of the Thailand case. Thank you for the opportunity to present.
Thailand is considered kind of the relatively managing good the situation, and I guess I see the role of the public sector and your health systems. Not just the individual people's behavior, but the system is the very highly critical factors in here. Okay, thanks for your presentation. And The third presentation is from Indonesia, Ms. Edna Irawati. You wait long. She's the head of the Center for Government Officials Program and Policy Competence Development at the National Institute of Public Administration from Indonesia. She worked with us, I guess, before, and hopefully, we can work together in the near future more frequently. Now, let's hear the presentation from Ms. Erna Irawati. Please welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Kim, and also thank you to KIPA-UN DESA for having us to join with this precious discussion. Let me give you a little description about the COVID-19 and international cooperation in Indonesia. COVID-19 is an ongoing worldwide pandemic, and it was confirmed to have spread to Indonesia for the first time in March. Next, please. And March 2020, and the number until October 7th, it's reached 3,020. So the number is very, very big. And you can also see from this chart that in July, we have a very, very sharp increase because we have a very long holiday at that moment. So we have sharp increase and also until right now, until December 7th, the numbers double because last month we also have a long holiday, but I think we need further investigation for this one, but many say that long holiday contribute to this sharp increase for the cases of COVID-19. For the reason, the government of Indonesia has taken various steps and developed several policies in order to respond and curb the spread of COVID-19. We know that right now, Indonesia is the highest in Southeast Asia until December, and the third in Asia, and 17 worldwide if we're talking about the case of COVID-19. As Dr. Kim said, that the vaccine is here right now. Last today, the president already said that we already imported some vaccine, but the question is how fast we can provide them available for all the community, because the number is increased almost double in December, and we also facing the long holiday for the December, but the government already reduced the number of long holiday to minimize the spread of the COVID-19. Next slide, please. Before I continue about the COVID-19, I will give you a little description about the distributing of authority relating to public health. As many countries that we have 3 different arrangements. If we're talking about the authority relating to public health, is public sector, private, and also public-private partnership. In here, I will give you a little picture about the public sector arrangement in taking the issue of public health. Next slide, please. We have unitary system of the government, and we have decentralization to distribute the authority between central and local government. This is the separation, the arrangements of authority between central government, provincial government, regency, and also central government authority if we talking about the health system. For example, the central government dealing with the affair that located across region, and also that across provincial level, that use resources more efficient when handled by the central government. For the reason, some authority still stay in the central government. So this distribution of authority also applied if we're talking about the COVID-19. Next slide. This is the task force. As other country, we also creating acceleration task force in response to COVID-19. The steering committee headed by the coordinating minister for human development and culture, and the vice chairman is the coordinating minister for political, legal, and security affairs with Minister of Health, and the secretary is Ministry of Finance. Next slide, please. And this is the member. The member consists of many important and related minister, and also the chief of the national police also into this membership, and also the government throughout Indonesia is also part of this member, because right now all the 34 provinces in Indonesia already affected by this COVID-19. The government play important role in terms of handling these COVID-19 cases. Next slide, please. And this slide is give you a description about the tactical or operational of the COVID-19 system. The head is the head of National Disaster Management Authority, while the vice chairman consists of 5 members, the Secretary General of Ministry of Health, and then we can see the member consists of Ministry of Economic Affairs, because we know that the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic is not only affected the health, but also the economic. That's why many policies is like push and pull policy, because for example, we have totally lockdown, and then the economic will be suffer and will be damaged. That's why sometimes it's like a push and pull strategy. If we're talking about the health is the ultimate goal, but sometimes the economy is affected badly. Next slide, please. This is the confirmed, recover, and fatal cases in Indonesia, as I mentioned before at the beginning, but the number is increased. But the recover also actually increased. So I cannot say that this is good news, but we can say that we do something to minimize the damage of the COVID-19. So the number is increased, but we do something, we do many things, and also hopefully that the vaccine will help us a lot during this very, very bad situation. Next, please. This is map of the distribution cases Indonesia provinces, but until December, this picture is different. We label it, each province using label like red, and then yellow, and then green, and in some point there is very, very dark red or something like that. So all 34 provinces right now had some red in their area right now. So the number is increased almost double until December, but some provinces still maintaining the green area. So in terms of, next slide, I will tell you later about the green and yellow and this label. This is the province with the highest positive confirmed cases. Right now, DKI Jakarta still has the highest cases until December. Even right now, the Central Java and East Java also has increased double the number in December. So we can see this is the 10 most highest positive confirmed case in Indonesia. Next slide, please. This is map of risk zone. This is the a little bit detail about the map. I mentioned to you before that we labeling each province with color. Green, meaning it's very, very safe right now. And then the red is the very, very highest rate of COVID-19. Next slide, please. Next. Government intervention in the health sector, while not yet fully successful, we have many intervention in terms of the health for the community. For example, health protocol, wear mask, washing hand, and social distancing is very, very popular right now in Indonesia. We call it 3M in Indonesia, but in English we call it wearing mask, washing hand, and social distancing is our new habit right now, and still considering in a main strategy to give the community about how they can prevent this COVID-19. And also in terms of the COVID-19, we also have 3T, testing, tracing, and treatment. So for example, in an office, there is COVID-19 victim, and then we will identify tracing the person who have communication or contact with this person, and then they will give isolation for example, 14 days to see whether they are infected or not during this tracing system. This is applied for the community, office, and also private sector. When we find some infected person, we always tracing and then treat in an isolation, and then see what happened after that, whether they are infected or back to their normal life. And then in terms of the national health system, we do several research and development. In some region, they are testing some local product of vaccine, but right now we already provide, I think, more than 1 million imported last 2 days, and we hope that the number will increase. And then I mentioned before about the testing, tracing, and treatment. This is the strategy to minimize the contact and the spread of the COVID-19. Next slide, please. In terms of infrastructure, because in some region at the beginning of the COVID-19 happened in Indonesia, we are not ready yet in terms of hospital. In some point, for example, this is in Jakarta, we using like, this is athlete boarding. We transform this boarding into hospital, emergency hospital to for COVID-19 treatment. And right now in some region, we have a training center. Training center is equipped with like boarding. So if the hospital cannot cover all this patient for the COVID-19 treatment, we using training center. In the meantime, in some province government, we already use this one, but mainly for isolation. But in some province, they also they treat it as emergency hospital. Next slide. This is about the government intervention in the social economic sector. Like in Thailand, the economy affected a lot during this pandemic. That's why we have several programs in terms of social and economy, like social safety net, and then micro, small, and medium enterprises, sectoral, and then corporate financing. We will see the figure after this one. For example, in terms of social safety net, this is family hope programs, stable food card, social assistance. There are many strategies that we implemented to help the society during this difficult time. Next slide, please. This is the result. As I mentioned before, that there are the economy has a very big impact during this pandemic. The government has intervened in various ways to resist the negative impact of the COVID-19 outbreak. You can see, for example, however, it is difficult to evaluate the effectiveness, but we can see from this national economic recovery programs about the budget realization. For example, in terms of the health system, the budget realization is increased 7.95%, and then social safety net almost 50% increase, and then sectoral or ministries 12.85%, business incentive increase almost 10%, and then from micro, small, and medium support, we have 29.76% increase. Next slide, please. And this is about the trend of budget realization in rupiah trillion. We can see that the number is increased in terms of the budget realization to support the COVID-19. Next slide, please. The other results is about the changes on the daily life that you can see from this presentation, that the healthy lifestyle is in here right now in Indonesia. For example, about the shopping preferences, almost 5,000, more than 5,000% hand sanitizer is buy by the community. And about the vitamin is almost 2,000% increase from before the COVID-19. So the shopping preferences for the community is about health right now. Hygiene, health, because it's supplement, vitamin C. And then the other changes is in terms of flexible working condition. Flexible working arrangement right now is a must. At the second phase of the COVID-19 in Indonesia, most of the office working from home, but from July, we have special arrangement. For example, in my office, for the leadership is 100%. This is 5 days to work, but from the staff, only 50%. And from the 50%, sometimes we have shift. The morning shift is 25% and the afternoon shift is 25%. So the flexible working arrangement is there. And also, for example, flexible learning, because we are dealing with learning or training for government employee Indonesia from March until right now, mostly training program conducted via distant learning, not the classical one. Nice slide, please. I know my time is up, but let me finish 2 minutes more, please. About the success factor, we know that the increased testing is, the testing is increased right now, and the vaccine is there. This is, I think, a good opportunity for us to move from this bad situation into the better one. And then next slide, please. The second success factor is the flexibility for the local government in terms of implementing the large-scale social restriction. As I mentioned before, that each region has label, whether it's green, yellow, or red. This label will taken into account by the district to determine whether they want to apply the large-scale social restriction or not. So the story is different from province to province, because we taking into account about the economic and also the pentahelic model. In crisis situation, non-government actor, private sector, government, and community working together to do prevention for the COVID-19. Next slide, please. And the success is very, very difficult to say right now in terms of cases in Indonesia. I will not say the inconsistency, that's my bad. I will say that the difficulties implementing the policy due to the dynamic environment and also complexity of social, cultural, and geographies in Indonesia, and also the economic impact consideration. Sometimes it's like I said before, it is like push and pull factor. We're talking about the health, but we're thinking about the economic also, about the society also, about everything. So sometimes it's very, very difficult to make a decision. That's why I say that difficulties as policy implementation sometimes a more important play as an important factor in the value, and juga inequality between region, and also community discipline. In some point we still have homework for this situation. And my to conclude the next slide, to conclude my presentation, I will say that there is possible cooperation with South Korea for the future pandemic prevention. For example, maintaining solidarity, remaining politically, because we already did many solidarity program, and I think it's still good to be continued in the next, and also establishing partnership and also ensuring health technology. I think that's all my presentation. Thank you and good afternoon for everybody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I guess the Indonesia is a huge country, so many islands. Your population is, I guess, more than 250 million, so almost. It's very difficult to control this very infectious disease in such a big country. But I think you took the whole of the government approach. You try to do anything you can do, but I guess you have still substantial infections there. But I guess the good news is somehow the fatal cases in your country is very low. So I think they somehow your systems are working on the containing fatal cases. Well, we have seen three presentations so far from Philippines, Thailand, and Indonesia. And the next presentation, Professor Hyuk-Ju Kwon, what he did is he summarized what we've done in Korea and compare with our case with those three Southeastern cases, and try to draw any possible policy implications. And let's hear his presentation. Professor Hyuk-Ju Kwon from Seoul National University. Please welcome Professor Kwon.
Thank you very much. I will start my presentation with sharing my PPT first. Well, today I have, in fact, two presentations. One is about South Koreans' response to COVID-19, and this has the same structure as the previous presenters on each country case. And I have to say that I'm very pleased to meet you, even though it's online, because I read your papers and I study, and I really like to meet you and have a discussion about these policy issues. So after that, maybe we can continue our discussions. My second presentation is about more comparative studies, and I will spend more time on that. Well, the South Korean case first. This is probably the structure of the whole report for the Korea Institute of Public Administration after we finish the old project. So this is the structure, and my responsibility is about the chapter 2 about the COVID-19 response in South Korea, and the chapter 6, the comparative analysis of COVID-19 response system. So South Korea, this is the basic, but the South Korean research has the same structure as you just present in your each case. So we first discuss about the health care system, then we move into national crisis management system, then the policy response to COVID-19. So this is the structure. Because of the time, I'm not really go through every detail of the South Korean case, but I will do the comparative analysis. And in that presentation, I think we can discuss about South Korean case as well. So I will move to my second presentation. So this is a comparative analysis of policy response to COVID-19 for East Asian case. So based on my South Korean study and Indonesian, Philippine, and Thailand study, I tried to make sense of the policy response. Especially, my question is that why the countries respond differently, and why some countries are more successful and other countries are not that successful. For example, this COVID-19 pandemic is not only in East Asia, but it is a global pandemic, and was a big surprise for us that advanced countries like UK, US, Italy find it very difficult. I think it's really a surprise. But at the same time, we can see some other countries responded very well, like Korea, Thailand, and Germany. So that's the question is that why this kind of difference happen in response to COVID-19? So if we compare the Korea, Thailand, Indonesia, and the Philippines, we can draw some comparative implications and also policy implication as well, especially for the international development cooperation. So that is a basic structure of my comparative study. So this study is a comparative analysis based on these 4 case studies, and this is still a draft, and we can elaborate further after this meeting. This is a comparative context of 4 countries. We have a very big difference in terms of economic development, in terms of population, but probably Philippines, Indonesia is a bit similar, and in terms of GDP per capita, Thailand is a little bit higher, Korea is a bit higher. So it's not really all the same level of the development. We need to consider that when we compare the policy response. So in the context of COVID-19, the South Korea, Thailand's relatively successful case. So in terms of the confirmed case, in terms of number of deaths, are small. This is a very good successful case in the global standard. And the Philippines, Indonesia, much higher number of confirmed case and the number of deaths. But I wouldn't say that the Philippines and Indonesia are failure. It's not. Well, compared to Korea, Thailand, there are more numbers in terms of confirmed case, but in the global standard, still the Philippines, Indonesia did very well. But my question is that there is a difference between among these 4 countries, Korea, Thailand did better than the Philippines and Indonesia. So we have many different explanation, but I like to focus on this more institutional approach, institutional explanation. So the structure of this comparative study is more like, as I say, institutional approach. The first, I will discuss about initial response, policy reaction at the street level. So bureaucrats, medical personnel, citizens react to the COVID-19. But this initial immediate reaction is shaped by institutional arrangement, especially countries' crisis management. Countries' crisis management is not only coordinate different agencies and the local governments, central governments, but they are also should mobilize medical resource in times of crisis. So that is an institutional framework. But thirdly, I will discuss about the nation's healthcare system, because the healthcare is an infrastructure, and also healthcare system is a pool of medical personnel and the medical resource. So I have 3 levels of research. First is a individual level, second is institutional, third is a healthcare infrastructure. So first, I think we need to talk about the global context. I think the global context, I like to point out the policy failure in terms of the first policy failure in Chinese early response. We know that Dr. Li Wenliang first reported the case early in January, probably I think it was December sometime last year, but it was ignored. So if we react first, then I think the pandemic may be different. The second policy failure is the European countries, UK, US. They really complacent about this pandemic when it first start. They think it is something happened in the distant places, but that's wrong, because we have globalization. Every day, millions of people using jet planes, and one day in China, Wuhan, they arrive in Paris. So it's not distance. That's, I think, a second policy failure. The third policy failure is about the WHO. I think WHO should give us more early warning. WHO gives us that when pandemic becomes pandemic, they say it's pandemic. This is not a warning. When you give a warning, you must give very early in advance. So I think we should point out this global context, the policy failures. But in Korea, maybe in Thailand, we detect the coronavirus early in January. In Korea, it's the 20th January, and we have a spread event in February, and everybody talking about the Korea was epicenter of epidemic. But during the February, Korea really mobilized the medical resource, react very swiftly, actively, using this famous testing, tracing, and treatment. So the Korean people spend a lot effort during the month of February. Probably this is the same in Thailand. Thailand also detect this virus transmission very early, and they start to this scenario of phase 1 and phase 2. And Thailand also activate National Center of Disaster Control System together with the provincial governments. So this early detection, I don't know whether this early transmission or is early detection, but Korea and Thailand start to work in February, very early, earlier than other countries. But compared to these two countries, the Indonesia and the Philippines, the detection happened in March. So Indonesia and the Philippines did not really actively react to the COVID-19 during the month of February. That's I said that we don't know whether there was no transmission in January, February, or failed to detect. But at least when in the March and the World WHO declared the 11th of March, the pandemic is pandemic, and in Indonesia and in the Philippines, the March, the explosion of infections. So we didn't have a time to really react because of the so many infections happen in a very short period of time. So like in the Philippines, February first detection and the lockdown took place, and sometimes it's like 100,000 infection and a slow response because of the late detections. But it is not just whether you react or not. I think we are all try to react quickly, but you need to have an institutional system. So especially here, national crisis management system is very important. And in the Korean report, we really specify how the Korean national disaster management system is arranged and structured. But the point is that the Central Disaster and the Safety Countermeasure Headquarters, this is a national headquarters to coordinate all effort, chaired by Prime Minister, really able to coordinate central government, local government, and the medical resource. So it's working very, very well, very hard. And the Thailand, I think, is also the same. Thailand has a national disaster management system. But I'm saying that it's not just the institution on the paper, but the Korea and the Thailand, they have a very strong and live-kicking institutions. For example, in the Thailand report, there is a very clear report, 1,000 strong units of surveillance is working there. So that's why Thailand detect very early. The reason why we have this kind of national disaster system is ready is because of policy lessons we learn from the failures like SARS and MERS, and the Korea and the Thailand and any other East Asian country did not do very well, but the Korean and the Thailand learned the lesson from the previous failures, and they reformed this national crisis management system, be ready for next crisis. That was COVID-19. And well, in the Philippines and Indonesia, I think we already listened very well. There is a national crisis management system, but for example, in Indonesia, because there are many number of the top decision makers. So I think 4 or 5 top decision makers at the headquarters. So later they changed the vice prime minister as a sole head of the headquarters. So it was there, but it did not really working like Korea and Thailand. The last point about the healthcare infrastructure. So you have institutional arrangement for national crisis management and coordination, mobilization, but you need a resource to mobilize. And this healthcare system is a pool of the resource, is a foundation for policy response to pandemic. And in Korea, we have a universal health insurance system and the nationwide network, the health clinics and the health personnel and the medical equipment. So the Korean national health insurance is a public health insurance, but private, non-for-profit, but private health delivery, so that the clinics and hospitals are distributed across the nation, and we have health personnel and institutions. In Thailand, we have a universal health coverage. Universal health coverage is the main health insurance, and there are also health insurance for public sector workers, and there are also institutions for social security, for healthcare. So Thailand is one of the example case of the achieving universal healthcare. So in Thailand and in Korea, there is a network of healthcare system and also healthcare personnel. So that is the pool of resource to sustain the response to COVID-19. Of course, in Indonesia and the Philippines, they have a public healthcare, but it's not yet universal. And another thing I like to point out is that healthcare delivery and healthcare, this is a local government's responsibility. I understand that in Indonesia and in the Philippines, decentralization is important policy agenda, and healthcare is decentralized. But in the time of national crisis, like a COVID pandemic, this local government's responsibility pose a great challenge. So this is the things we need to think for the future, how we reconcile between the national health care and also decentralization. This is my last slide. And what are the policy implications? Probably what we learned is that early detection was very important. Of course, if the transmission did not happen, you cannot detect first. But with hindsight, with globalization, the COVID-19 virus did not respect the border. It spread every country. And the Korea and Thailand really detect early. That is one of the first thing they are relatively success. The second is a working order of national crisis management. The third is a universal healthcare system. And these two countries have this universal healthcare. And especially Thailand. Thailand is not really high-income country like Korea or Japan or Taiwan, but they achieve this universal healthcare system. This is a really important policy lessons. And in Indonesia and the Philippines, I already said that it's not failure, but it's not really good. So we need to learn more, and the weakness in healthcare system and the reconciliation of decentralization healthcare is one policy challenge. And the last, I like to think about what can we learn from this comparative study in terms of international development cooperation. I think in the long term, the Korea as an international donor, we need to think about the institutionalization of universal care for developing countries. Korea has an experience of national health insurance, and we need to work together with the developing countries for universal health care. And the second, in terms of public policy and public administration, we can think how we share the experience about the national disaster management system so that we can detect early and we can mobilize resources when the crisis happens. So this is my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
For your very insightful comparative analysis. at the three dimensions: at individual, institutional, and also healthcare, health infras. I guess once we have a final, the outcome from his analysis, it'll be very helpful. It'll be very helpful to consider, what other countries can do to improve their situation. Well, we have to quickly move because we are a little bit behind the schedule. We have two discussions, and I guess since the Professor Ko, he has another arrangement, he has to move pretty soon. Before he leaves, we will hear his discussion on those four presentations. Please welcome Professor Ko Il-kwon Ko from Seoul National University.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Kim. And I'm very glad to share these different ideas from the different countries because this COVID-19 is not anymore the local issues, but it's a global one. And we needed to bring the different the insight to overcome this problem together. I mostly agree the all different kinds of the explanation, what are the success and the failure factors of each countries. However, I want to emphasize the three missing points in the presentation. First, we should not forget that COVID-19 is still unfolding events. This is an ongoing event, so we should not hastily conclude that some factors like the healthcare system, institutional system, or the democratic system, all these kinds of feasible or plausible explanation is also just a temporary one. We need more time to get the more conclusive the idea. So that's the first point. And the second point is we talk about the responses. Of course, some presentation talk about the recovery, but we should not confuse this response and the recovery. We have a little bit, I think, a heavier wave after COVID-19. Then this impacts would they actually significantly affect the many Asian countries. For example, in Thailand, we see the impact of the level of the infection of Thailand is very minor. However, economic impact of the Thailand is very severe. So the recovery plan should not be underestimated at this point. And the third thing is the risk of so-called rational approach. The nature of the bureaucracy or the nature of the public administration system always emphasize the rational responses. So they propose the plan, they propose some kinds of the organization structures, they organize some formal meetings and distribute all the resources according to the formal policies. However, in the field, we can see very different the reality compared to the original ideas proposed by the bureaucrats. The point I want to emphasize is that all these four countries actually show very systemized the plans. They have the different alert levels. They have the different organization structures to respond to COVID-19. Also, they provide a lot of the disaster response system. Despite this kinds of well and the very rational approaches, why do we find the different result across the countries? So we again back to the simple maxim of the public administration: implementation matters, and the citizen matters actually. So we also needed to talk a little bit more about how people react to the policies. And this point is the underestimate because we too much emphasize the national or government level responses. Of course, some people mention that the civil society and the citizen response are important, but we do not exactly have concrete idea how people feel about these government policies. and how people react to the government policies. I think that point should be addressed more by the public administration scholars. And the final point I want to emphasize is more scientific approaches. For example, if we look at the Philippine case, the positivity rate, the positivity rate of the test is around 6%. And the 6% is very high, actually. And this means that the more tests would be, the more the observed infected cases. Unfortunately, some countries actually do not provide these kinds of vital statistics. So we do not know how serious the situation of the countries. And if we take a look at the global maps, the indicating the positivity the rate provided by our World in Data in Oxford, and many countries the data are blank. So for the international cooperation, what we need would be the more collaborations for sharing the data and sharing the more information with other countries. The recall the early January situations. We did not have enough information from the China. We didn't know whether the COVID-19 is really transmittive like this. We did not know the fatality rate of this COVID-19 at all. And even after finishing the COVID-19, if we fail to construct some global level public health information system, then there will be another round of the mistake we will make in future. So finally, I want to emphasize to the international cooperation, especially focusing more on the sharing the public health information together. Okay, that's my basic comments, and I really appreciate the local knowledge share, and this local knowledge would be very useful for other countries preparing the future pandemic to the global communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Go. He talked about the things that other presentations, missing, I guess. But I guess what he mentioned in his discussion probably will be very useful when you try to finalize your draft. I guess, well, many things are not available in many countries, but I guess hopefully you try to come up with the best the output after considering the many things he mentioned. Thank you. I guess there's one more discussions. We have a Hyunwon Kim. She's Director General of Climate Crisis and Pandemic Response Department from KIPA. Please welcome Ms. Hyunwon Kim.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss. Professor Go just mentioned about the missing points from our presentations, but I'd like to suggest some complementary points from the development cooperation perspective. In the international community is surprised every day by the speed and the infectious rate of the COVID-19. The virus transcends borders and is no exception to anyone in the world. Ironically, the COVID-19 pandemic stresses the hyper-connectivity of the world and teaches us now how important it is to care for each other for our own safety. These features of infectious diseases emphasize the importance of global cooperation despite of hyper uncertainties. Recently, in the 37th ASEAN Summit, member countries adopted ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework. This ACRF also has implication for today's topics discussion and is expected to present the basic principle of the integrated exit strategy of COVID-19 crisis. Korean government also supported this framework and announced a new Southern Policy Plus strategy, including the comprehensive healthcare cooperation. This ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework has 5 components, strategic areas, including enhancing health systems, strengthening human security, at the same time advancing towards for more sustainable, resilient future, etc. I'd like to share some considerations, 3 points for today's forum. The first, as I introduced as the department's name, we need to remember about climate crisis, even though we discuss about the pandemic and coronavirus, but we need to keep in mind the keywords, the climate crisis, because the real crisis haven't even begun. The way to overcome economic and social crisis should be environmentally friendly with integrated approach. The current crisis triggered by the pandemic needs a better and greener approach. This is why governments are planning Green Deal or green recovery against the global issues such as climate, infectious disease, and inequality. Second point, we've already mentioned a lot about the health sector engagement, at the same time economic engagement. We need to look at both. So we do not know yet about the post-COVID-19 or with COVID-19. We should keep on our swift response. However, we need to considering a mid to long-term perspective. So we need to focus both on saving lives, at the same time save livelihoods. And third point is, I think we all agree about both approaches really important, the whole of government, at the same time, whole of society. Taken preemptive, more preemptive measures for the vulnerables, including children, women, refugees, the disabled, and the elderly. In a situation of social distance or lockdown, the vulnerable are more likely to be forced into the more dangerous situation. Policies should take a closer look on their accessibility and policy acceptability. It is also need pan-government efforts as well as pan-social solidarity. It can only be realized in both civil society and local communities participate. I do have some more examples in the areas of development cooperation, but due course of the time management, I'd like to leave it there for my discussion, and probably our secretary will circulate my discussion paper later on, and you can look at for your reference. Thank you very much. It was really helpful for me.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. Also, I guess so far we discussed our focusing is on the role of public governance, the public sector, and the government's role in addressing the COVID-19 pandemic. And I guess, well, she mentioned it takes more than that, not just the whole of the government, but also that whole society. Maybe she's right. We're still struggling to understand the nature of that COVID-19 pandemic. So I guess we are adding a little bit more knowledges or information on that the COVID-19 pandemic through this forum, hopefully. And I guess it'll be very beneficial for all of us, not just Korea or Thailand, but also for the Indonesia and Philippines who are struggling more than others. I guess that's all that the presentations and the discussions, and we are behind the schedule. Well, at the beginning of this session, we are ahead of schedule. Now we are falling behind more than 10 minutes. But I guess if there's any questions or comments, probably we will we'll try to answer just a couple of comments or questions. Is there any comment or questions? No?
Well, I'd like to respond to Professor
okay.
Kwon's comment.
Okay, Professor Kwon, okay.
Yeah, he just crossed the corridor, but I like to respond. He said that we have something missing point. Well, we missed something, but we are not covering everything. That's the point. Of course, the COVID-19, we here focus about the policy response and the public administration perspective. So in our study, we did not cover about the social and economic impact. This will happen in the future, of course, and the COVID-19 is still going on, but I think it is also important to have this the first year's evaluation. That's what we do, and I think we should continue. And if we just wait 3 years, 5 years later, maybe we can have a very, very scientific academic research. But I think we need to do quick analysis and draw policy lessons. And especially like in Indonesia and the Philippines, there is a very strong policy response on the poverty reduction during the COVID-19. So I didn't really mention that, but that's very important. But the point is that why Indonesia and the Philippines were able to provide the cash transfer to the poor household during the crisis? Because they have an institutional framework that was established since 2008 after global economic crisis. They learned from that and they institutionalized that policy response. The point here we like to learn is that this time institutionalization of healthcare. Of course, COVID will go on and the Korean case will increase, and we are not doing research to say that which country is successful or which countries fail, but we should continue to learn our, from our experience. That's I think, most important things.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Professor Kwon. I guess all of our presentations, their resources are highly limited. Especially the time is not enough, and the other resources are very not enough. And given that situation, I guess they try to do their best. And I guess we are not here to solve the every problems for the COVID-19 pandemic. We try to understand a little bit more and try to help each other a little bit more. And I guess if we can do that, that is the good enough for the time and resources we spend on this project. And I guess I'll try to save my comment for later to save time. And I guess thank you for all the presenters and the discussion. And hopefully, we will get together, not online, but face-to-face in the near future, and we can discuss more lively later. Thank you very much. This concludes the session 1. Maybe announcement, any announcement? We have 5-minute break? No break?
Have to move.
Okay, we will have no break, and the session 2 will be right there. So we will move to the next session without any break. Okay, now, Dr. So, it's all yours, okay?
Thank you, Director Shin. The second session, Public Governance Innovation for COVID-19 Response, will start momentarily. Simultaneous interpretation between Korean and English is being provided, and all the participants have no access to the microphone, but questions can be shared through the chat room. And Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and the KIPA-UN DESA International Forum participants. My name is Ka-young So. I'm from the Center for International Development and Cooperation here at KIPA. I'm very honored to make an outline of the second session. We have three distinguished speakers. First, Professor MJ Moon, who is the Dean at the College of Social Sciences at the University. Second, Professor Tae-woo Nam, Vice Dean at the Graduate School of Governance, Sungkyunkwan University. Third, Mr. Samuel Dana, who is an Associate Capacity Development Expert with the UN DESA. Each speaker will have 15 minutes, and then discussion will follow. Mr. Louis Muehlman, who is the Vice Chair of the United Nations Committee of Experts on Public Administration, will kindly lead the discussions. Please welcome Professor MJ Moon with a warm heart. The microphone is yours, Professor Moon.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon. This is Jay Moon, and I have been enjoying last 2 hours discussions and presentations. And my presentation will be on COVID-19 and policy responses. Particularly, I will suggest some of the government innovation implications at the end. And I'm Dean of Social Sciences, and at the same time, I'm Director of the Institute for Future Government. Well, for the last 2 hours, we have been hearing a lot on COVID-19. And as you see that COVID-19, of course, is a moving target. There are many new things unfolded. And also at the same time, we have multiple targets. Prevention and mitigation is one, and economy is the other one. And then sometimes the try to recover the social and public trust. And I think the problem is there are more and more problems, and COVID-19 is getting more complex and complicated. And we are still under very high uncertainty. Well, is COVID-19 different? And this morning, President An mentioned that, how many new confirmed cases, and altogether now over 67 and almost 68 million confirmed cases so far. And then over 1.5 million people died out of it. So as you compare SARS and MERS, and the transmission style is quite different. The curve is so steep, as you see in this graph, so that it's a virus, but it's very different from the one that we experienced for the last 10 years. Well, figures, of course, daily updated, and probably these are the ones that you see every morning. And as a co-chair of the infectious disease study group under the National Research Council for Humanities, Economics, and Social Sciences under the Prime Minister's office, and I have been learning a lot from different reports and studies. So that there are many different countries have been facing with new challenges these days. Well, the first meeting I was in March, and then some of the medical doctors actually tried to educate people like me. And then the letter put on the blackboard was R. And one of the medical doctors, she told me at the time, and we should control R and then flattening the curve. And probably now, many of you know what R means. Reproduction is basically how many a confirmed patient, infected patient, can be affected by the one patient. So that R is a function of P times C times D. And we should control P, C, D at the same time. P is a possibility at the individual level, so that wearing mask and then personal sanitization, of course. And C is contact or connect, so that which is more about the social level, social distancing, for example. And D is duration at the policy and governance level, so that if we heard a lot, 3 T's, testing, tracing, and treatment. So that if you have a, very aggressive and proactive testing and tracing and treatment, and then you can reduce the duration so that we should control P, C, D at the same time. If we lose one, and then it's very difficult to control R, and also very difficult to flatten the curve. Well, as you see that compared to many other countries, Korea is the one who have been controlling R, though we are facing a new challenge these days, just like many other countries. So Korea is pretty much, have been effective in mitigating COVID-19. Well, there are many different tools, policy tools out there. Some of them are coercive measures such as school closing, workplace closing, restriction gatherings, international movement control, or domestic movement control. Sometimes we offer monetary incentives and assistance, of course, and also highly used public information campaigns, wearing masks and sanitizers, etc. And also there are some of the people mentioned this morning, this early afternoon, resilience measures. Policy responses, particularly the restrictive policy measures, such as school closing, workplace closing, and public transportation closing, and etc. And Korea is here, so that about out of 100, about 44 these days. So that from time to time we use restrictive measures. At the same time, the government tried to minimize the restrictive measures. As you see, the right, the globe, and the dark side, those are the countries which have been introducing very strong restrictive measures. So that those are the countries, in many cases, are the countries in developed countries. So as you see, that some of the countries like there. Of course, those are the countries which have a lot of confirmed cases and fatal cases. Well, this is one simple table which I basically tried to demonstrate how different countries are. This afternoon, we heard a lot from some of the countries in the South Asian countries. Many countries are different in terms of approaches, policy tools, and also the public trust in COVID-19 responses by government, and then role of government, and then the tension among democracy, mitigation, and economy, so that there are different approaches and different results we see. And also non-pharmaceutical interventions and citizen participations are quite different. So that, for example, Korea, very agile, proactive, 3 T's, we heard a lot this afternoon, very balanced policy tools among different policy tools, transparency, citizen participation, financial support like emergency disaster assistance, high trust, relatively speaking, and then government role is very high, and then try to balance democracy, mitigation, and economy. And also the non-pharmaceutical intervention is very high. Well, COVID-19 and Korea, if you Google trend, look at the Google trend, and this is the time that you see March and April, and that's the time the first wave we experienced. And then that's the time that Korea and then COVID-19 Google trend went up very high. And that's the time that international community began to pay attention to Korean mitigation of COVID-19. I just want to go over some of the success factors, and this afternoon, many people mentioned that. I think one is learning matters, learning from the past, from the MERS, particularly learning by doing, and agility matters, very proactive and agile responses to COVID-19, and 3 T's, and then transparency, trust, technology, and then citizen participation and governance. Of course, I'm not be able to spend a lot of time on each, but we may talk about it later if we have some comments and questions from the discussant. I have done some work on this, and these are some of the examples that I have been working on, the Korean responses to COVID-19. And I sort of look at the agile responses and transparency participation, particularly at the same time, policy learnings. Well, learning from the past, and if you look at the MERS white paper published 2016, after we had very tough experience with MERS in 2015, and there are some policy recommendations in white paper. And in fact, some of them, these are, well, primary 11 selected policy recommendations we can identify from the white paper. And some of them we have been doing very good job in following up the recommendations. And some of the recommendations we didn't do a good job. And here I put, well, I marked blue color. Those items we have been doing very good, following up the policy recommendations from MERS white paper. And then purple color, those are something, medium level. And then the red color, the ones that we didn't do good job in following up the policy recommendations we got. For example, promoting R&D for new infectious diseases. There was strong demand for, well, we should have more R&D for new infectious diseases. Well, we tried that one, but I don't think we had a very strong continued efforts we made for R&D for particularly new infectious disease. And then securing national budget for responding to public health crisis. And also we had a recommendation for local infectious disease special hospitals, and that's not the one that we pushed hard. But in general, we learned a lot from the very tough MERS cases. And I think that's one of the main reasons why we could mitigate COVID-19 very effectively and very successfully so far. At the same time, the learning, not only from the past, but also learning by doing. So that it's not just the learning from the past, but we learn something continuously because there are new things happening as we mitigate and deal with the COVID-19. That's what we call quadruple loop learning, which is a bit different from single loop learning, double loop learning, and triple loop learning. To be effective, the government agencies should be quadruple loop learning organizations. And one of the examples emphasized by many people are learning by doing, continued innovations. Some of the innovations are very small scale, and some of the innovations are large scale. And bundling traffic control in the emergency room, that was one of the primary innovations that we got from MERS, because a lot of infections were made in hospitals at the time. And drive-through testing facilities, that's small innovations from the field with the COVID-19, and life treatment centers, and also the public mask distribution. And those are some of the small innovations, but I think very effective. The other one is the agile responses. That in agile responses, it's not just the speed, but flexible and speed. And as you see on the right-hand side, the American football game, it's agile. They should be very flexible, at the same time, very strong, and speed also very, very important. As we raise the alert level, as Professor Kwon mentioned, and I think the Korean government was very agile in responding to the first confirmed case, and then some transmissions, and then high transmissions, relatively speaking, very fast in moving up, raise the alert level. This is the simple graph. You see that how Korean government has been actively testing possible people who might be exposed to virus. And these are the July 7th and then November. And as you see that Korea is very consistent in terms of actively testing x-axis is that the ratio of the number of tests and confirmed cases, and then fatality rate. So Korea is very consistent. And some of the countries sort of follow up the Korean model, aggressive, fast testing, and then tracing and treatment. And the other one is the information transparency. And I think, the providing transparent information is very important that lead to public trust. And this is the survey result that we got. The survey we conducted in by my center in May. So that very high trust in government information. And then the COVID-19 technology, I think Professor Nam will mention it, so I'll skip it. And also the citizens' participation, not only in wearing masks and social distancing, at the same time developing some of the apps. And those are some of the example mask apps developed by the citizens. And those are something that's very important, particularly wearing masks and social distancing are very, very important and very effective. And I think we have done a lot, and there are more empirical works needed. And for example, how different restriction policy affect help to lower the number of confirmed cases and the number of deaths out of the COVID-19. And you see that there are some variations, but the gathering restriction, for example, that help to reduce the number of deaths. And also the population and then healthcare quality also matters. Well, I think that's really lead to some of the implication for future government innovations. And I just want to use acronym that I put, ART, ACT. ART, ACT. Anticipatory government, want to be predictive and preventive. And then R, resilient government, capable government and collaborative. T, transparent and open government, trustworthy. And then A, agile government, very proactive. And then C, co-production with the citizens and other civil societies. And T, technology-enabled government. But COVID-19 is Tom and Jerry. Still we have problems. And I just want to end my presentation borrowing the quote from Good to Great. I know that many of you know this book written by Jim Collins. The first sentence of the book is this: good is the enemy of great. Korea has been good, but we don't want to be satisfied right there because we want to be great. Good is the enemy of great. Thank you.
Presentations, and especially how the Korean case has received a lot of attention regarding the pandemic response. It was interesting to see the quadruple learning, and hopefully this COVID-19 becomes another learning opportunity for Korea. So now the second presentation, titled COVID-19 and e-government, is by Professor Theo Nam. Please welcome Professor Theo Nam.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I cannot see my presentation. Okay, thank you. Thank you for introducing me. My name is Theo Nam. I'm working for Sungkyunkwan University, Graduate School of Governance. Today's topic is COVID-19 and e-government. I was requested to make a presentation how Korean e-government make an effort to respond to COVID-19 recently. This presentation is based on two official reports written by Korean government. One is National Information Society Agency, NIA, and also Ministry of Science and ICT. Two public agency and ministry, actually, they announced a public report. And this paper is based on those two official reports. Next slide. Okay. The Korean government's response to COVID-19 using information and communication technologies are based on very simple principles: openness, transparency, and collaboration. These are just the same as Professor Jae Moon already mentioned. These principles create innovative strategies by opening data and information and solidifying the partnership with non-government parties. I mean, private sector companies and civic organizations. And also, these kind of all activities can raise citizen trust in a government, ultimately. Next slide. These efforts were made both front office system and also back office system. But I'd like to show half of them about front office system, and the other one is back office system. And all these efforts can be categorized into 4 phases. 4 phases are screening and diagnosis, and epidemiological investigation, and patient and contact management, and then prevention. I will address these Korean efforts using e-government system in terms of these 4 phases. Next slide, please. The first stage, screening and diagnosis stage. The Drug Utilization Review and International Traveler Information System, so-called ITS, these 2 systems allow medical institutions to have access to data on all entrants from countries affected by COVID-19. And local residents and long-term visitors, some people who have not have any abnormal symptoms at the time of entry, who are confirmed negative after examination, should install self-isolation stability protection application in their mobile phone, and also self-health checkup application. And they can check up themselves every day. Please, next slide. This is called the smart quarantine system. As you can see, this is the diagram. KCDC, Korean Center of Disease Control, they have the central backbone system, and this system is integration all the other systems. This is called smart quarantine system, integrating passport information, comprehensive administration system, immigration information system, and DUR, and also telecommunication data. Please, next slide. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and here is Health Insurance Review and Assessment. These 2 agencies and other related agencies, they share data, information from entrants from countries affected by infectious disease are in a very timely manner checked, and text messages are sent to the entrants to report any potential infection. Please, next slide. ITS, International Traveler Information System. This system was already existing, but important thing is this system is used for disease control and the shared data, the providing international travel data on entrance to medical institutions 3 times a day, very frequently via the DUR of Health Insurance Review and Assessment System. As just you can see in the diagram. Next slide. Please, next slide. Second stage is epidemiological investigation stage. At this stage, you use the data from the credit card statements and surveillance camera data, CCTV data, and also mobile phone data, locational data. So the government, they can precisely identify recent movements of individuals confirmed with COVID-19 and track the spread of the infection. Next slide. Epidemiological investigation system. This system automates the process of contact tracing of COVID-19 confirmed patients. We can easily visualize geospatial information regarding travel routes of confirmed patients on a map embedded in the platform. You can see in the diagram on the right side in this slide. Please, next slide. And also this epidemiological investigation system was aligned with Smart City Data Hub. This is the National Strategic Smart City Program initiated by the Korean Agency for Infrastructure Technology Advancement. Smart City Data Hub is also linked to epidemiological investigation. So epidemiological investigation is a part of now Smart City programs. The next slide. The third phase is patient and contact management stage. The National Hospital Ward Management Support System helps effectively manage hospital capacities and prepare for any shortage in the hospitals. The mobile safety protection application for people under a self-quarantine system is applied to monitor and prevent them from leaving their isolated place or the designated place. Next slide. This is kind of self-quarantine safety protection app. As you can see in the picture, the self-quarantine safety protection app effectively supports and manages the monitoring of people under self-quarantine period. So supporting individual citizens on the self-quarantine period as a system user and also assigned caseworkers as system managers. These two people can use the system, this application. Next slide. A patient conducts a self-health checkup twice a day through the app application, and the results are automatically delivered to the assigned caseworker. So information about the citizen's location is managed based on the GIS. So if the user, for example, leaves the quarantine area, a notification is immediately sent to the user and also the assigned caseworker simultaneously. This is how the system works. And next slide. The patient management information system, you can see the diagram on the right side. The patient management information system systematically manages COVID-19 patients to prevent further spread and check up their real-time status. And the next slide, please. The KCDC Korea Center of Disease Control, the central organization headquarters of the pandemic control, and local quarantine task forces in 17 metropolitan cities and provinces, provincial level government, and public health centers, and community treatment centers, and medical institutions. All these agencies and organizations from the local and the top, these organizations manage information on the location of confirmed patients to monitoring organizations, their illness condition and hospitalization and the transfer and isolation or release. Next slide, please. The final stage is prevention stage, but actually I need to confess, prevention stage looks like prevention is the final stage, but when I make this presentation and the manuscript actually, the pandemic looks like the end, almost close, finally the ending soon, but actually this is not really end. So, but this stage is very sustainable. Systems are using open public data, COVID-19 micropage, and Corona Map service, Coronita, and COVID-19 chatbot. These are some examples, not all examples, some example. Can you go forward? Next slide. COVID-19 micropage. The Ministry of Health and Welfare and HERA, the Health Insurance Review Assessment System, they provided data about COVID-19 screening stations and designated national safety hospitals, and also Ministry of Interior and Safety and National Information Agency reprocessed it as open data through open API and disclose it to the public data portal. And next slide, please. And Corona Map, we can use that. And Coronata service. Coronata service helps check up the places where the confirmed person has visited, where this person visited, and check whether the place has been disinfected now. This is very helpful in the prevention for all people. Next slide. This is final slide. There are some policy implications. Most of them are actually very related to what Professor Moon already mentioned. All these ICT and e-government systems are very indispensable to Korea's national efforts. How? From screening to diagnosis, epidemiological investigation, patient and contact management, and prevention, all these step-by-step sequential stages, this system is very important. We have the principle, open government, but this is very somehow tricky or very careful to say. I thought actually the concept of open government may be converging into one concept, one universal concept in Barack Obama's open government some years ago. But now, open government concept is now not really converging, but rather I think diverging. Person by person, country by country, they have very differently used the concept of open government. So some country or some people may think that this basic principle of open government to respond to COVID-19 in Korea, maybe not really open government, because some people say this is a control government, not open government. But I think open government has two concepts, two ways or two aspects: open to the public and also open to the government. Both ways are successful. That's the condition. And prioritizing public values of transparency and the sharing, this is, I think, a key point of the public and private collaboration and citizen engagement in societal efforts, all people's efforts, collaborative efforts to manage the pandemic crisis. Thank you for your attention. This is my short presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tae-Nam, for the in-depth application of e-government framework in understanding Korea's response system to COVID-19. And for the sake of management, now let's welcome Mr. Samuel Dana, who will be presenting about public governance innovation for COVID-19 response.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, Ms. Gayong So, I would like to thank you for the introduction. My name is Dana Samuel. I'm an Associate Capacity Development Expert with KIPA-UN DESA. And I would like to cherish this opportunity to be presenting on this topic, and also the privilege to be presenting alongside Professor Moon and Professor Nam. Speaking on this great topic, which they've already discussed, but with more specific context to Korea, I would like to provide a more broader view with examples across the globe. So public governance innovations are very important for public health emergencies, and especially when it comes to this current pandemic, which is COVID-19. So my presentation would like to look at some implications and how to harness these innovative practices or this government innovation to be able to address or provide lessons going forward. So please, next slide. So the presentation outline has this, so it will be explaining the concept of governance and public governance, how these relates to public health emergencies, especially COVID-19, and also on some innovative practices across the globe, as I mentioned, then has a conclusion. So going straight, next slide. People want to know, it's good to just let people get an idea that governance or public governance is about the exercise of economic, political, administrative, including even social authority to be able to manage the affairs of a society or a state. But governance shouldn't just remain something about general or something, but to be able to address or link it up with other public health emergencies or in the times of COVID-19 should look at how to make it more risk-informed, because public health emergencies falls into the context of disaster risk. So this should call for extensive collaboration and there is the need for multiple engagement of key stakeholders. And this also goes beyond and talks about building capacities of these people and transcends to the level of local communities by involving them in the process of decision making, including in the information sharing. So this is something that we should take note of. Next slide, please. So risk-informed governance should look at how decision making is done, and this should imbibe the idea of involving or understanding what threats we get from this. And risk-informed governance should be a vehicle to be able to address and reduce risks. And risk-informed governance has a bearing or has a relationship with all the important global goals, including the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, including the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk. The Paris Agreement for Climate Change also calls for the need for disaster or risk-informed governance, as well as the Addis Ababa Agenda, amongst others. So going forward, it's important to make more investment into data and other tools to be able to make risk-informed decisions. Next slide, please. So in the context of the UN system, it proposes 11 key principles of effective public governance. And this is broadly categorized under 3 thematic areas: that governance should be effective, governance should try to be accountable, and governance should be inclusive. And if I want to focus on some few ones, especially on inclusivity, it calls for making sure we bring everybody on board so that people are not left behind. And that is one of the key principles of the 2030 Agenda. And it also calls for the participation of all in all processes of governance. And it also tries to bring all key stakeholders, as I mentioned. So let's move to next slide. So we now try to understand what government innovation or governance innovation is. Government, or it shouldn't just also be risk-informed or just public governance, it should be innovative. And this calls for the adoption and utilization of new approaches and technologies. New rules and regulations should come on board, and there should be new ways of doing things to impact lives and add value to society. And this also, just as I mentioned, should also have a kind of engaging everybody, both at the top through to the down. So public governance innovation takes several forms, but it could be at the institutional level, it could be at the organizational level, it could be part of the process, as well as even at the conceptualization process, where people try to introduce new forms of governance. Next slide, please. So public governance innovation, especially for for the healthcare emergencies, calls that public governance should incorporate effective leadership. This leadership should, just as part of the 11 principles, should be effective by integrating all these kinds of things. And whilst this leadership tries to imbibe or bring everybody on board, it also calls for good and central coordination. There is the need for a lead agency that should be responsible and accountable to the people and try to mobilize the right resources and build capacities along the way. There's also the need to have both effective national to local coordination. It shouldn't just be at the central level, and this also calls for whole of society and whole of governance approach. There should be multi-sectoral approach to addressing these issues, and people should be empowered, especially those at the grassroots level, so that they are able to make these decisions and also contribute to fighting pandemics, especially as this. So next slide. This now moves us mainly to having all stakeholders engaged, either in the academia, civil society, private sector, or all the other sectors are very important. Everybody has a critical role to play in society, and make sure that this also involves those who are highly affected, especially the vulnerable in society. And we also want to understand that there should be preparedness both in ahead of crisis as well as in response arrangement. So there should be rules and regulations, documentation manuals, as well as the need to build and establish resilient infrastructure so that we make sure that even before disasters occur, we are able to prepare ahead of time and also learn from previous ones based on this documentation. Next slide, please. Whilst you do all this arrangement, it's important to be able to communicate all this to people. Information sharing, communication is very important, especially in times of disasters, and make sure that information is supposed to get to the right people at the right time to be able to make informed decisions. So in times of disasters, or even planning ahead of disasters, calls that every second and every minute counts. And it's very important that the right information is done. Whilst you try to also call in for people's information, you also have to make sure that this information or data is well secured and governed. So no state is an island, or no country is an island. Whilst we look, crises, including healthcare emergencies, are transboundary. They transcend beyond boundaries. So what should we do? It also calls for the need to have a regional and international cooperation, knowledge sharing, the sharing of technology, even within country and outside country, within region and outside region, it calls for this. And this is important for resource mobilization, lessons, the sharing of lessons, and also kinds of other partnership going forward. So next slide, please. So whilst we also talk about public governance, one idea, as already mentioned by other speakers, and I would like to reiterate that, is that leveraging science, technology, innovation, including frontier technologies in particular, are very important. The use of basic technologies and advanced technologies, whether using robots, whether using data analytics or big data or other forms of frontier technologies, are highly essential. And this helps to be able to anticipate, respond, and recover, and even build back better after disasters. So on this other point, I would like to say that all this is driven by data, and all this is based on decision-making, and governance thrives when there is good information to be used and to be managed. So high quality data is important, and this data should be shared. And there's the need to be able to effectively and timely manage this data and make sure that it helps in all the decision-making process. Hence, data-driven decision-making is very important as a governance issue or governance. So next slide, please. So whilst we talk about these points on data-driven decision-making, it helps, as I mentioned, for early warning system and making real-time awareness, or we are able to create a real-time awareness system, and there's real-time feedback from the people. So it's a kind of two-way process, and it could even be a triangular process where each of these people are part. So we need high-quality data. The data should be timely, it should be reliable, it should be robust, it should even be disaggregated. And going forward, there's the need that we build capacities in all these areas. So in being able to deal with this, is important. We look at the idea of being risk informed in every step of the way. Next slide, please. So there are these 5 priority actions as proposed by the Hugo framework for actions. So it just says that emergency, we should have the idea about emergency risk management, health risk assessment, education and information should be built well. The reduction of underlying factors should also be paid attention to, and there's the need for emergency preparedness, as I mentioned. So these are some 5 key priority actions on or related to public health emergencies. So going forward, next slide, please. So the idea is that government innovation or frontier technologies being leveraged is able to help, as I mentioned, even in rapid diagnosis systems, even in telemedicine, even including in delivery of innovative services in times of disasters, even before disasters. And all these are very key. And technology or innovative or digital government innovation is what plays a key role in this. So I would like to, next slide, the other part is I'll quickly run through this since I have just a few minutes to do. The idea is that countries along the globe, especially in this COVID-19 period, have adopted technologies. Basic telephone or basic SMS system using WhatsApp or even website or chatbot or social media have been able to use this in responding to the COVID-19 time. So for information sharing, we have countries in Latin America, in Asia, including Korea, other places have used government innovation or digital government technologies. E-participation involving people, bringing people together have been part of this, and it has helped. So next But e-health has been a critical area of adopting these technologies. Contact tracing, being able to trace the right people and get informed about how many people have been infected and how these people have been able to contact other people to be able to diagnose and even make the right choices, have been facilitated or accelerated by the use of innovative technologies or digital technologies, and for that matter. And this have been used in countries including Brazil, Denmark, in Europe, in Asia, Singapore, including Korea has been some cases. And even these digital technologies also have helped strengthen the partnership, because people learn from others and people are able to share this through engagement. And going forward, I'll just want to mention this too, whilst quickly trying to. So we have for social distancing and virus tracing, next slide. We also have for screening of infectious or if infections have been also accelerated or facilitated by the use of digital technologies. Next slide, we have the quarantine and self-isolations have also been facilitated, even by being able to get people through mobile phones and all those. And clinical management of even infectious cases have been done for testing, and other things have all been done using simple technologies and even advanced technologies amongst countries. So next slide. So in conclusion, I would like to re-emphasize some of the key points that encouraging people or encouraging the whole of society approach in managing public health emergencies, especially in disaster response, is very key. And in responding to COVID-19 and other pandemics, calls for multi-level collaborations. There's the need to engage all government stakeholders, including actors, and it's important to prioritize the information we share, and the need for having a kind of institutional coordination. Institutions should work together. Health Ministry and other ministries, including the ministries of Interior, and all critical stakeholders should be part of the process. And next slide. The idea should be that risk-informed governance or risk communication is at the core of the response to COVID-19, and there's the urgent need for governments to set up the needed processes, including building the right capacities in terms of governance, and these governance systems should be innovative, and make sure that our approaches we are learning and sharing with other people should be able to it should be contextualized and could be adopted by other people in their own context. So in all this, I would like to say that all these points have been very significant, and others we have done should be significant too. So in ending, I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Samuel Dana, for the comprehensive investigation. I've learned a lot from all three presentations, and now it's time for discussion. Mr. Louis Millman, the microphone is all yours.
Thank you very much. I will start my presentation. I should be here. Yes. Yeah, I hope you can see this.
Yes.
Okay, thanks a lot. So I see that we are a little bit behind schedule, so I can talk a bit faster, but probably I will try to be as short as I can. Thank you for the honor to be able to join this important forum. I'm already impressed by what I've heard in terms of research done and presented by the three speakers in this session. I will just give a few own reflections first, and then comment on some of the salient points made by the three presentations. And starting point for me is always that context matters, and that also includes my own background. I'm a 40 years experienced civil servant, but and only a part-time academic, visiting professor in public governance. And I use the academic part of my my work to understand the problems I encounter in practice in the public sector. That has resulted in specializing in what I call meta-governance, or the governance of different governance styles when they conflict with each other. And the context matters, of course, also in what we do as public sector organizations, and how we encounter and how we address the governance issues. We live in extremely turbulent times with massive challenges at all levels of government. And the challenges are similar but different in shape and in combinations. Already in March this year, I thought to see 3 lessons learned on COVID-19. And I heard earlier in Mr. Kilcon-Co state rightly that the impact is still unfolding, but you can still already draw some lessons, I think. And 3 lessons I thought already were visible in the beginning were that countries with a well-functioning public sector that caters for essential health services are in principle better equipped to deal with the pandemic than others who have privatized healthcare and who have healthcare systems that are based on market principles, including you don't have more stock than you really need for tomorrow. Second, governance should be contextual, adaptive and resilient, and successful corona measures are therefore different per country. They are similar, but they are very different in practice. A rapid and unprecedented systemic transformation is possible. That was a positive surprise. I think we can do a lot as governments in each country if the problem is framed and broadly felt as a crisis. And we see that there is a lot of things being asked to governments at the moment. The government should become more knowledgeable, resource and capable, effective, creative, agile, integrated, inclusive, and using social media to reach people, more localized, more trusted, more transparent, accountable, risk-informed, digital, innovative, and forward-looking. And that's a lot. And in order to do this, we also now and then need to take a step back, I think. And effective governance is crucial. And it's also crucial how you define governance. If in the complex situation where we are, you need to have a broad definition of governance. Something like governance is how governments and stakeholders solve problems and provide new opportunities for societal challenges. And there are different institutional and governance approaches to dealing with crises such as COVID-19 in different countries, all with their specific advantages and disadvantages. And the 3 classical approaches in this graph, hierarchical, network, and market governance, they can undermine each other very well. They can support each other, but you have to be watching out very well. There are at least 50 dimensions of governance in which the 3 approaches are different. Another important starting point for many lessons learned is that also in COVID-19 governance, we should look at various models, but because there is no one-size-fits-all solution, and we cannot copy best practices, but we should learn, and peer learning between countries can be an important accelerator or for dealing with COVID-19. And then the next question would be, how can the SDGs guide us? They are the holistic policy framework for all countries and also a basis for sustainable recovery. Well, we all know that SDGs 16 and 17 are the governance SDGs. There's nothing happening without them. It's about effective, accountable, inclusive institutions at all levels, about the means of implementation, and about global partnerships. And there are also governance targets in all the other SDGs. A problem is, I think, and this from my also personal experience, is that departments of public administration in governments are often not so much involved in SDG coordination and implementation. And themselves, they often don't realize that they are part of that. They should be part of that in a central role. Because if you don't have the right governance, then the right policies can never be implemented. Another piece of guidance, I just want to mention it's specific guidance on effective governance for sustainable development that is relevant here, I think, are the 11 principles of effective governance for sustainable development proposed by the UN Committee of Public Administration and endorsed by the UN ECOSOC Council in 2018 already. And why are they so important? I think because mainly the third part, the inclusiveness dimension, where 5 principles are distinguished, and they are often not there. If you look at government principles, frameworks, also from the OECD, for example, then that part is often missing. Against this backdrop, innovation of public governance has many objectives. Generally, public sector should become more effective and more people-centered. I'm not going to deal with all these things, but just to mention in transforming to digital government, we've heard that already, increasing accessibility, enhancing transparency and accountability by open government data, simplifying administrative processes, decentralizing a bigger role of local authorities, providing services in cooperation and partnership with private sector and civil society. And maybe one of the most important ones is changing the mindset and behavior of civil servants. And now I would like to address very shortly, a few of the topical themes from the 3 presentations in this session. And the first about Professor Moon's presentation. I think it is important to understand indeed what he says, that are paradoxical requirements of public governance. You need to do more and better and faster with often less resources. And this is still based on new public management principles that have ruled public governance in many countries for the last, I suppose, 3 decades. Another point, different responses to COVID-19 by different countries. And that is important to mention that this is also related to the different cultural context in which governments have to operate. They're part of that. Even neighboring countries can have different priorities or different ways of solving problems. Just in general, how to solve a problem could be by law or by incentives or by partnerships or by a combination of that. A third point is the point of wicked problems that was mentioned. Different problems require different management responses, and for dealing with wicked problems, you just cannot create a law or an incentive system. You need to learn and to teach public administrators the skills to deal with wicked problems. And it was very good to hear from Professor Moon the stressing the policy learning, the quadruple loop learning, and I think this is a big task for public administration schools. What I find interesting, what struck me suddenly was that why is learning and development in public administration completely separated from the departments where the policy and governance failure emerge? So I think sometimes the offer in training and learning and development is a bit separated from the real problems. And so that is a connection issue within government. On the second presentation, Professor Nam, very important, stressing the role of e-government solutions in dealing with COVID-19. But the other part is also important. How can we ensure sufficient attention for privacy, security, dependency, e-poverty issues? Another point he stressed was open government and transparency and sharing data. Well, open government is not a new concept, and there has always been resistance. I recall from the BBC series Yes Minister quite popular still among civil servants in many countries. The first episode was called Open Government, and where then the permanent secretary said, well, you can be open or you can have government. It cannot go together. And this resistance is still there, this idea that government cannot be open. But as Professor Nam said, there are different ways to define this openness. Is it about open to other governments? Is it open to public? And for what is it open? That's important. Another point I wanted to stress is about data. I think if we are dealing with more wicked problems, then you cannot solve that kind of problems by collecting more data or going for big data, analyzing the data. It's important, but you also have to learn to deal with a situation where data don't really help, where you have to find a way to deal with uncertainty, unpredictability, and maybe solving parts of the problem, because the typical point of, as we know from wicked problems, is that you cannot really solve them. Each intervention changes the problem. And then on the third speaker, I was happy that he also mentioned the 4 types of public innovation: on institutions, on organizations, process innovation, and conceptual innovation. I think that's important. The whole of government approach, whole of society approach, I think that 2 comments there, very short, and I know that we have to finish more or less. I'm almost done. I think that he also spoke about multi-level governance, and I think there an innovation is that we should not only think about top-down or bottom-up approaches, but also for urgent issues about real-time collaborative multi-level governance. It is happening in some places, some countries already. And the third, and on the whole of society approach, I think one thing that we often tend to forget is that when we hear stakeholders or we hear citizens groups speak, that could be a vocal minority, but what about the silent majority? There may be a reason or a cultural reason for the silent majority, and we have to find specific ways to deal with that. And the last point, public-private partnership was mentioned. I think there's a lot of research showing that we should not just use that as a template, because in the past, many public-private partnerships have mainly been to the benefit of the private sector and not the government partner. My last slide is some reflection and open questions. First is public administration and governance seem to come out of COVID-19 stronger in many countries, and that's good. We should build on that, I think, but we should also take it as an opportunity to start mission-oriented public sector and governance reform. And second, COVID-19 has become a live laboratory for innovative governance, and that's interesting. We should also build on that, and maybe also in public administration schools work on that concept to also combine new things. For example, linking recovery not only to the SDGs, but also specifically, for example, to sustainable public procurement, which is a huge opportunity that is not yet used enough. Third, we've learned many lessons, but we have changed our mindsets already towards more resilience in public administration and governance. I think this is a missing point still. And my last point, as an academic public sector practitioner, so I have both, I see a problematic paradox between the increase of wicked and even super wicked problems and the lack of ability and skills to deal with them effectively. And I think therefore that governance innovation is also about new skills in the public sector workforce. We have, as was said earlier, the rational approach and we have the plans, but what about dealing with complexity? And I'm still working in a public sector organization in Europe, and I know that also there the rational approach is the preferred approach. It's difficult to step out of comfort zones and to accept that we have to deal with complexity. Thank you very much for your attention, and this was what I wanted to say as a reflection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Louis Millman, for your discussion. Now it's time for Q&A sessions. Unfortunately, due to the time limitations, first come, first served, we will spend brief time on the first received questions, and the rest will be answered via email. The question is by Christine Yeonseo Ko, majoring in international studies and economics at Yonsei University. She agrees that governance is a highly significant factor in dealing with the COVID pandemic crisis, especially in the case of Korea. However, she also thinks that the media suggests Korea's success has been dependent on the Korean culture more than good governance. So here come the three detailed questions. First, has there been a transparent communication? Second, how about the impact of Korea's social capital, such as customs of wearing facial masks and hand washing, social distancing? And third, have there been effective cooperations among the ministries or government agencies, and also including central and local governments? So how about taking a round of turns among three distinguished speakers and one honorable discussant? So let's take the order of presentation. So Professor MJ Moon, please.
Well, the question is, I think somehow related to the discussant's point, context of matter, and which includes culture as well. And some of the people say, well, why some of the Asian countries have been doing good, particularly social distancing and wearing masks and etc. I think the responsible citizenship and the effectiveness of public campaign information really helped. One, responsible citizenship, which means, well, it's somehow in tension with individual freedom, but individual efforts to mitigate the COVID-19, as I said, in R is a function of P times C times D, P part and C part. P possibility, and I think that's really significant. At the same time, social distancing, so that, and I think somehow responsible citizenship, which is a good balance of individual freedom at the same time responsibility for others, and I think that's one important matter. And somehow it's something to do with face saving, Confucian culture somehow, but not necessarily identical. And also the public information campaign really effective. And I think when the situation where the public information campaign really make big difference, that's the situation where when you see equalize individual interest and then community interest, and then people will comply. And I think that those are two things that I want to emphasize. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor MJ Moon. And now the microphone is to Professor Tae Nam.
Okay, can you hear me again?
Yeah.
Okay. As Louis said, context matter. I totally agree. I remember the question. I think the question itself is very complicated and very difficult to answer, and very important too. I think almost lifelong debate question. But I cannot answer quickly now, but I remember the social capital concept. I think the Korean style social capital, Japanese style social capital, Chinese style social capital is different. Even within East Asia, we have very different culture from other neighboring adjacent countries in East Asia. I think Korean style social capital works good, works better for this pandemic crisis management, very especially. I don't know how and why, but one of my friends, his major is humanities, actually, humanities and literature. His view is the perspective of death and Korean perspective of risk and Korean perspective of danger is very different from the Western perspective of death and danger. Not all Western countries, not all Western people, and not all Korean people and the Korean culture, but the risk management and the risk compliance or that kind of things is very different, actually. Not only compliance with the government policy measures and policy strategies, that is also different, but also the Korean very inside culture is very different too. So this is kind of matter of risk study, I think, for very deeply in the later. So I think social capital thing is very important, but it deserves in-depth research, I think. The Korean style social capital, what is different, what is unique, what is distinguished from other countries' social capital? Yeah, that's my answer. Or this is kind of another question too. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to Mr. Samuel Dana.
Okay, thank you for the question and the opportunity again. I think ideas about context matters really much to every situation, especially in times of emergencies. So I would like to mention it in terms of even the historical background or antecedents of a country tries to determine how they respond or try to adopt or respond to pandemics like this. And even with the social capital behind it, how I will even mention about the culture of the people, or even the composition of the population. Is it a homogeneous society? Is it a heterogeneous one? What are the dynamics in it? What are the cultural underpinnings? And even understanding it from the point where people begin to, the history of past pandemics even inform the way people react to current and future pandemics. So it's one area. And even the climatic condition, even within the same country with different composition or areas where people have different climatic conditions and cultures, it also determines. So context matters. And when it comes to the response, it should be adopted to suit a particular context. Otherwise, if you just import all the best practices from another society, it may fail even with that level. So homogeneous society, some places, people even don't trust themselves and they don't even trust the government and leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Samuel Dana. And now, Mr. Louis Mulman, please.
Thank you very much. What a great question, because the question is about brings in the culture dimension of governance, and culture has been for decades a taboo in political science. Since the last 5 years, maybe it's not anymore. And in the past, there was this rational approach that people believed that there should be one best good governance approach in all countries and the same. We know that that doesn't work, and so yes, I think it was, to your question, it was probably the Korean culture that has importantly contributed to the success, and culture is values and traditions combined. And that's something to celebrate. But we also know that each culture, in each governance culture, has strengths and weaknesses. So there will also be weaknesses in the Korean governance approach, and we have to be aware of that. But so the main answer is yes, I suppose, and it's very good that Korean culture has contributed to the way the COVID-19 crisis was dealt with until now. Thank you.
Thank you all for your insights and perspectives. And it's now time for the third session. So, role of local governance and innovative local partnership in response to COVID-19. And the rest of the questions will be answered via email later on once the opinions are collected from the experts. Thank you again. And the microphone is to Ms. Mi Kyung Park at UN DESA. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. So. Welcome everyone to the session 3 of the 2020 KIPA-UN DESA Forum. My name is Mi-Kyung Park, Governance and Public Administration Officer at UNPOG, DPIDG UN DESA. I'm the moderator of this session. This session will be addressing the theme of the role of local governance and innovative local partnership in response to COVID-19. The role of local government and local governance has been highly emphasized for implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, particularly through effective policy coordination between the national and local governments, engagement of local stakeholders in policymaking and implementation processes, localizing the sustainable development goals, and mobilizing resources and partnerships. Local government has also been an important component in the national reviews of SDG implementation, the voluntary national reviews, and UN has been encouraging member states to conduct the subnational reviews, voluntary local reviews. And during the current COVID-19 pandemic situation, local government and other local stakeholders play a particularly crucial role. They are the ones who are at the forefront of identifying the fast-changing situations and the specific needs of citizens on the ground, and providing essential services and assistance to the people, also ensuring that all, including vulnerable groups, are included in COVID-19 response and that no one is left behind. So in this context, this session 3 today will discuss the important role of local governance by addressing the role of local government and how they engage and collaborate with other local stakeholders for effective and inclusive COVID-19 response. We'll also discuss innovative approaches to partnerships at the local level for addressing the challenges of COVID-19. So with this, for this session, we'll have 3 presenters, respectively from UNPOG, India, and ICLEI, and 1 discussant from UN Habitat. After the presentations and discussion, we'll also have brief Q&A discussion, so I invite participants to actively share your questions to the speakers in the Zoom Q&A box. Then, without further ado, I would like to introduce our first presenter, my colleague, Mr. Pravin Maharjan, Associate Research and Policy Analysis Expert at UNPOG, DPIDG UN DESA, to deliver his presentation. He'll make an overview introduction to the themes of this session with referencing to the training toolkit on effective national to local governance for the achievement of SDGs, which DPIDG UNPOG is currently developing. Pravin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mikem, for the introduction. Okay, I'm Pravin Maharjan. As introduced by Mikem, I'm the Associate Research and Policy Analysis Expert at UNPOG. Today, I'm going to present on the role of local governance and innovative local partnership in response to COVID-19, based on the training toolkit on effective national to local public governance for SDG implementation that UNPOG is currently developing. Next slide, please. So I'll cover 3 parts. I'll briefly present on strengthening local governance for COVID-19, innovative local partnership in response to COVID-19, and national to local governance for policy coordination. Next slide, please. So what is local governance? As shown in the picture, local governance is the combined set of institutions, system and process at the subnational level through which local authorities interact with and provide services to lots of citizens, groups, and local communities, and through which the local government articulate their interests and needs, mediate their differences, and exercise their right and obligation. Next slide, please. So as you know, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic has been most acutely felt at the local level. And this is also where responses and recovery efforts have been most critical. So in addressing this pandemic, local governance is very important in improving, as shown in the slide, like improving the quality of life, support local government resource mobilization, support horizontal and vertical coordination among local actors, engage with informal local governance actors and others as shown in this slide. Next slide, please. So what is the role of local government? and in the COVID-19 pandemic. So actually, local government is at the core of local governance. And as it is the governing institution that has been given statutory authority over a subnational territorial defined area. So as shown in the slide, the pie chart, to date, national and state level government are leading the COVID-19 emergency responses in just about all the countries. But at the same time, local government take on the role as service provider, implementers, and emergency operator on ground. Next slide, please. So local government are in the front line and responsible for coordinating their community response to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic. So as the pandemic in like most countries is handled by central government, it is crucial that local government link their efforts and have better coordination with the central government. And local government should also provide data and update time to time regarding the local situation. So when national government has declared the state of emergency status, it is local government who can take the immediate action to regulate the mandate for establishing the local command system for resource mobilization during emergency responses. So there are certain things that local governments should be aware of. Local governance, like leadership, service delivery, and relief resources during emergency responses, which should be coordinated by the head of local command system. Next slide, please. And there are various roles that local government play in combating COVID-19. Some of the roles played by local government are like by stepping up efforts to ensure the provision of basic service with the principle of leaving no one behind, and introducing collaborative economic practices into their communities to promote solidarity, greater participation, and inclusive involvement, and multi-level coordination and collaboration with other spheres of government and local stakeholders, as mentioned by earlier speakers in session 2 as well, and ensuring social protection for all citizens and accelerating transformative action in the aftermath of COVID-19 crisis. Next slide, please. So the COVID-19 pandemic has short, medium, and long-term effect on local government functioning and financing. While in the short term, the priorities are to manage the emergency and the public health crisis, medium-term priorities will be more about managing the economic, social, and public finance crisis, while in the long term, the current pandemic call for increasing the resilience of our social and economic systems. Next slide, please. So optimal preparedness in local settlement is very critical for effective national, regional, and global response to COVID-19. And the strategic preparedness and response plans, the strategy update and critical preparedness, readiness and response action provide key consideration and actions that all countries need to take for health emergency, especially local governments. And to be effective, and any health public measures must be implemented and designed in a way that will promote willingness to comply. So in planning for health and other sector across all the stages of emergency management, local authorities need to additionally undertake the consideration as shown in this slide. There are about 12, more than 12 consideration. Next slide, please. There are 5 key areas that local governments should focus on to prevent the spread of COVID-19 and to develop resilience to and preparedness for event of a similar like disruptive nature in the future. But this is not the not everything. These 5 points are not everything. So like the first one is coordinated local plan in preparation for effective response to health risk and impact, risk and crisis communication and community engagement, contextually appropriate approaches to public health measure. This was also discussed during session 2, context matter, access to healthcare service for COVID-19 and the continuance of essential services, and digital technologies, which make it more possible for local government to maintain the provision of basic services and livelihood opportunities. Next slide, please. So for preparing for future emergencies, local governments should take urgent action for COVID-19, which must set the stage for sustainable capacity development for concurrent or future health emergencies. And documentation, learning, and sharing of COVID-19 experience will help to inform and build better preparedness for reducing the risks and impact of future health emergencies. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to present on second part, innovative local partnership in response to COVID-19. So partnership with the UN agencies, private sector, academia, NGOs, or public sector organizations have been crucial for the government to effectively manage the COVID-19 crisis all across the world. More than ever, a multi-stakeholder approach to the many challenges stemming from the global health crisis have supported local government in overcoming crucial socioeconomic challenges in most of the countries. Next slide, please. Furthermore, digital technologies facilitate innovative partnership. For instance, private technologies companies in some countries have made many of their resources free to the public to support people with online learning contexts and video conferencing solutions, job opportunities, or free mobile data. And this partnership is also need to overcome the digital divide. Next slide, please. This figure illustrates a framework containing 4 kinds of different skills that should be considered by local and national public sector to be prepared in driving the change underway. And next slide, please. So as local and regional government around the world work tirelessly to effectively address the COVID-19 crisis, it is extremely important to acknowledge that whether in or beyond time of crisis, digital tools must act as an enabler to reach the goal of the competent authorities. For example, like safeguarding citizens' health, promoting social cohesion, and the protection of human rights, including at the digital level. Next slide, please. So there are some innovative cases in this slide. So one is from Indonesia, online shopping and good delivery is which is developed by Indonesian local government-led COVID-19 initiative that facilitate like small groceries seller to be able to keep running their business and people to able to buy and meet their grocery needs. So please check UN DESA's compendium of digital government initiative in response to COVID-19 pandemic if you like to know more about this kind of innovative cases on local partnership in response to COVID-19. Next slide, please. So the primary responsibility for achieving combating health emergencies lies with national government. They must serve as the engine that trigger awareness of significance of health emergencies, preparedness, and repeatedly remind others of their importance. However, even highly developed like an horizontal integration mechanism at national level will not be enough to ensure awareness and coherence on their own. Therefore, vertical coordination arrangements should be in place to allow for policy integration among national, regional, and local government. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So in practice, there are mainly 3 modalities as shown in the figure for vertical integration, which reflect linkage of different nature between the national and subnational level of government in the implementation of SDGs as well as for combating the COVID-19. Next slide, please. So the overall responsibility for safeguarding, maintaining, and restoring the health and well-being of communities lie with national government. And many of the rights and obligations set out by the international health regulations and Sendai framework and other international agreements are responsibility of the member state. Usually national or local policies and legislation describe the role and responsibilities of minister, local government, and other stakeholders for emergency preparedness. And preparedness efforts should be made for emergencies that occur on a local or national scale, as well as for large-scale disaster and pandemic with international ramifications. Next slide, please. So the SEAL model, as shown in the figure, encompasses a set of strategic recommendations around 6 themes of how to enhance risk management capacities through governance. And the different recommendations contained in each of the 6 themes should be seen as a step toward achieving each of the overall goal, such as engaging stakeholders. And as is illustrated like this, 6 recommended in the model revolve around the traditional disaster risk management phase, like prevention, preparedness, response, and recovery, highlighting how health emergencies practice are dependent on a range of institutions, policies, and structures. Next slide, please. So this table classifies vertical integration approaches and tools according to 5 essential steps of policy making: leadership, legislation, planning, implementation, and monitoring. In addition, these tools are organized around the 3 broad categories introduced in the above slide. Let me go to next slide. These are some of the policy recommendations for the COVID-19 response at the local level. The first one is eliminating institutional overlap. So there need to be a clear division of functions between national and local government, between different social sector, as well as various arm of local government. Responding to crisis requires clarity on who is doing what, who controls the fund, and who makes critical decision. Second is encouraging emergency preparedness. While many countries have elaborated national disaster preparedness plan, the pandemic shows that local government too needs strong emergency management system that can identify vulnerable pockets and respond to challenges quickly as they arise. Local government need their own adequate revenue or smooth central transfer to mobilize funds quickly. And the third one is enhancing integration. Local bodies need platform for cross coordination and communication to rapidly deploy people and resources where they are most needed. So this local government that are interconnected, that have early warning system and skilled staff could share information in real time to contain the crisis and to learn from the response of their peers. Empowering citizens is very important. Past experiences from dealing with SARS and Ebola shows that public action in response to a crisis mitigate its impact. So citizen participation mechanism can be mobilized to work with local agencies. And the last one is everyday resilience. For a government to work effectively in the worst of time, it needs to have a well-oiled system, practices, and resources flows in the best time. The system needs to be responsive to citizen needs and changing realities. Next slide, please. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Pravin, for your very comprehensive presentation, highlighting the essential role of local governance in COVID-19 response, and also introducing diverse strategies and practices of forging innovative partnerships, including leveraging digital technologies. And national to local governance for policy coordination is also highly critical for effective, efficient, and coherent COVID-19 response at all levels. Thank you very much. Next, it is my great pleasure to invite Professor Asmar Singh Malik, President of the Indian Public Administration Association, who is also professor at the Department of Public Administration at Kurukshetra University, India, to deliver his presentation to share India's experience. Professor Malik, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for introducing me to the list.
Professor Malik, I'm sorry to cut you, but I think your connection is unstable.
Again, unstable.
Yes, could you perhaps maybe sometimes with video on due to the broadband situation, the connection may be less stable. So perhaps could you connect once maybe without your video?
लगा दीजिए इसको.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, hello, Professor Marlik. Maybe this is better.
Hello.
Yes, hello. Professor Malik. I think Professor Malik's connection is slightly unstable. So if I may, while our staff is assisting Professor Malik to check his connection, may I kindly invite the next speaker to deliver his presentation, and then we will try to invite Professor Malik after that, if that's also okay with our third speaker, Mr. Shuju. Mr. Shuju, are you connected?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, we ask for your understanding. If it's agreeable to you, may I invite you to kindly deliver your presentation first while we are checking the connection of Professor Malik. Thank you very much. So let me have the great pleasure to invite our third speaker first, Mr. Xu Ju, Regional Director of ICLEI East Asia Secretariat, to deliver his presentation. Mr. Ju, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I believe like my slides are here. Thank you. It's my great pleasure to join this session and share ICLEI's perspective regarding the COVID-19 recovery and response actions. My angle would be slightly different. Of course, it's still from the local government perspective, but I would like to focus on the actions taken by local government, cities, towns, and regions in enhance urban resilience for a long-term measure to respond to the shocks and stress brought by various disasters, including similar events like COVID. So I'll start my presentation. Thank you. Next, please. So ICLEI is a global network of cities, towns, and regions, or local government association. We were founded with the support of United Nations in 1990s. As for now, we have a membership of more than 1,750 local governments across more than 120 countries that are committed to work together to promote urban sustainability. Next, please. This slide shows the location of our global membership, but also our 24 regional and country offices, which are working hard to support our local government members to cope with their various challenges and promote their sustainable actions at the local level. Next, please. So ICLEI has been focusing on 5 priority areas. We call it ICLEI 5 pathways towards sustainable development. That includes the low emission development pathway that promote the actions to combat with climate change, in particular focusing on the reduction of greenhouse gas emission, and also nature-based development pathway that helps our local government members to promote the conservation of nature and also utilization of ecosystem services to enhance urban resilience as well as sustainability. But also the next one is the resilient development. That is also the focus of my presentation lately, as well as help cities to promote the circular transition and circular actions in order to reduce the consumption of resources, energies, but also enhance the efficiency. In the center, among the 5 is the equitable and people-centered development, as ICLEI believes that people, in particular the citizens living in cities, regions, and towns, are the core of all the sustainable development actions. Next, please. So nowadays, when we talk about the urbanization, more than half of the urban populations all over the world are living in cities. While we are building our cities, expanding our urban spaces, more and more people are packed in the urban center. Cities more often become vulnerable. In particular, say we are still experiencing this global pandemic. So cities are actually weak in response to risks and shocks such as the COVID. Next, please. For example, we have been experiencing various shocks and hazards, including those brought by climate change. For example, urban flooding, drought, sandstorm, and also landslides, typhoon. This has been very common also in the East Asia region, including in many Korean cities and regions. Next, please. So whenever we are facing such kind of shocks and experience such hazards, that critical infrastructures and supplies are being under risk, and that has a very massive impact directly on the life and also the living and operation of the urban systems. Next. Next, please. So that caused a number of direct consequences and impacts. For example, the logistic disconnection, and also now we're talking about the COVID-19, the global pandemic. I think all the fellow speakers have introduced the various impacts and also the response actions that I'm going to talk about later. Thank you. Next. So while we are growing our cities, we are also living with the increased risks to our cities and also the citizens. So how can we cope with this situation? Next, please. Next, please. Yes. When we look at urban development, more often that people look more on the economic growth achievements and also the GDP as a key indicator, while the social and environmental aspects are less being focused. So that's why ICLEI, given that situation and the importance of urban resilience, ICLEI initiated this concept of resilient cities in 2002. And by now, through about 2 decades, that many famous international organizations, including the UN agencies, have taken this concept and broadly promoted, including one global campaign that ICLEI is working with the UNDRR, that is the Make Cities Resilient campaign. Now have more than 4,300 cities and regions join this campaign globally to join hands in promoting urban resilience. But also this has been reflected in the Paris Agreement under the climate change global processes, and also several organizations have been running resilience related projects, for example, the 100 Resilient Cities Global Campaign. Next, please. Yeah, while we're talking about resilience that is associated with the risks and also with the various shocks and stresses cities and regions and towns are facing. So we have listed here several type of shocks to the cities. This could be economic, could be industrial, could be environmental emergencies, and also natural disasters and hazards. Of course, nowadays we talk a lot about the climate change impacts to the cities. Next, please. So ICLEI also developed a set of methodological framework that will help our local government members to develop their resilient strategy and action plans. Basically, this starts from analysis to assess this current state of course and set up the targets for actions, then to accelerate this action. So it will go by spiral. That includes various detailed steps that I'm not going to talk in details. Next, please. So under that, ICLEI has been organizing various training capacity building events to support cities and regions in partnership with UNDR and other organizations to help them to promote the urban resilience concept, but also develop their capacity in planning and implementing resilient city actions. Next, please. One of the projects that we are running in China and also in many Asian Pacific countries is this using UNDRR scorecard to help cities to assess the risks they're facing as a very critical step to move forward to develop their urban resilience strategy and action planning. Next, please. So we also are working with the support of Rockefeller Foundation to initiate a Asian cities climate change resilience network that is focused on the climate resilience, but working closely with more than 40 cities from many South and Southeast Asian cities. Next, please. ICLEI also hosts various conferences to support the knowledge sharing and develop the various tools and resources for cities to use. Next. So in the following slides, I will focus on the ICLEI's response and recovery actions together with our member local governments in the context of COVID-19. We have been engaged in via a wide variety of efforts to share information, providing networking opportunities and technical support to our local government members during this ongoing crisis. So 24 ICLEI offices across the globe are offering various resources in local language to help cities and regions on the front line of the pandemic, not only to help them to access to the materials, resources, equipment, but more about the knowledge as local governments are planning and managing their strategy and action plans during the pandemic. ICLEI offices also redesigned most of our projects and initiatives to be adapted to the current situation. And most of our events and project activity have been moved also online. Including recently in October, we hosted a 3 weeks long virtual forum online called Daring Cities 2020. So far, ICLEI has hosted this year more than 150 online webinars, and also released 5 new websites, more than 50 blogs and newsletters, and endorsed around 10 other global regional initiatives to facilitate knowledge sharing about the response and the recovery actions for the local governments. But also we are now working closely with our local governments given the need of our members to frame job creation and green recovery strategies. Next, please. Does this give you an example of how we publishing and promoting these resources, knowledge cases on our website, both the global website, but also the regional websites, are providing tailor-made resources for our members in different areas, like say Africa, Europe, or Southeast Asia. Thank you. Next. Yes, we offering a variety of tools and also sharing how our member cities in different regions are taking innovative approach to manage this response actions during the pandemic. So then ICLEI members as global association can share these experiences with each other, but also we have published and developed a number of webinars that are being shared broadly through social media like YouTube and other regional, local, national platforms in different regions. Next, please. Also, we are also looking into the response actions in different sectors. For example, in the mobility and transportation sector, we also try to summarize and develop dedicated resources and information for, say, South Korea, Southeast Asia, India, and South America, in order to help local government to respond, to take actions in the transportation sector, because this is a very important sector that supports the city's operation during the pandemic. Next, please. So we have a number of recommendations. First one is that this pandemic actually gives us a new lesson that help us to reflect and reshape on the necessity, value, and the benefits of urban sustainability and resilience. That's to say that if a city or a region would have an enhanced resilience, that it can really help the local government to respond and to take effective actions in response to the pandemic. And also in future development of resilient city strategy, we would recommend more local government to introduce and mainstream resilience as a goal and criteria in urban planning and management, but also thirdly, to as a very critical first or initial step that more cities need to carry out vulnerability and risk assessment, including similar health risk like the COVID-19. Last but not least is we really hope that also more local government could establish a position of chief risk officer in municipal governments or maybe in similar function in order to strategically and systematically manage the resilient city development work and also various risks. This is my sharing. I hope that I still be within the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shuju, for your presentation, highlighting the importance of the partnerships at the local level to address COVID-19 and building resilience. I think many participants would find the work of ICLEI, including those in facilitating cooperation among cities, as well as the methodologies and tools that you introduced, very interesting and helpful. Then may I invite again to check the connection of Professor Malik, whether he's connected. If it's not connected through the online, we may wish to invite him through the connect him through the phone to speak, please. Professor Malik, can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you and sorry. Hello everyone, respected moderator and friends. I'm Professor Ajmer Singh Malik from Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, India. I'm thankful to Korea Institute of Public Administration and UN Project Office on Governance for providing me this opportunity to participate in the theme, the role of local governance and innovative partnership in response to COVID-19. I'll share with you Indian experience. The COVID-19 has infected more than 9.6 million persons in India. The state and its various institutions in India have been combating this pandemic with all available capacities, resources, knowledge, and skills. And that is also in best possible manner. India is in actual a quasi-federal state, and national government has been playing a predominant role in handling this crisis. It is as per the administrative arrangement made under a law known as Disaster Management Act 2005. As per this law, there are 3 levels. Rather, there are 4 levels. One is at the national level, the second is state level, third is the district level, and fourth is the local level. All these 4 levels of the governance, they have been assigned with respective role. The national government, that is in the form of National Advisory Authority established under this Act, Disaster Management Act. It takes the policy decisions and issues the necessary guidelines for tackling a disaster or like the present one, the pandemic one. The state level and the district level authority established under this Act, those are there to coordinate the efforts at the local level, that is district and local governance level, in close supervision or under the supervision of the state level authority or as advised by the state level authorities. The state level authorities also share their experiences, or we can say cooperate with the national government or helping them, giving the feedback to take the appropriate policy decision. The reason is, as we discussed, as we have seen, there are many kinds of the cultural differences within this country, and therefore each and every state may have some varied kind of the strategy to tackle the crisis or to tackle or to combat the disasters like the present one. In India, lockdown was announced in March. Ministry of Home Affairs, which is the coordinating agency of the national authority of the national government, issued the directives, and the directives or the guidelines, or we can say that the standard operating practices to be followed by all the ministries of the government of India, by the state governments, and by the local governments, each and every entity of the country that has to follow those standard operating practices. Under the guidelines which were announced, as you know, that is the movement of the people were restricted totally. They couldn't go, or movement outside homes were restricted. Not only that one, all public and private establishments were closed except those relating to the essential services, social distancing, hygiene practices, those have been followed. And I will say on April 15th, particularly, we changed the policies or the strategy to combat the crisis, and that is in the form of containment zone. No doubt we followed the WHO guidelines also. And the unlocking period starts from 30th May onwards, and it is being reviewed after every month. During the response of the government, mostly of the central, state, and the district level authority, that is multifaceted one, focusing on prevention, taking precautionary measures, and again provisioning of health facilities at all levels. The question here is, there is a lot of difference between the advanced states of the India Union and the backward states in the matter of provisioning of, in the availability of the infrastructure, particularly to tackle the crisis. Not only that one, there is another important thing that many kinds of the challenges were faced by the national government, although those are resolved, and those may be relating to the medical facilities, availability of the medical facilities in the backward states. And we can say the migrant labor was a problem, and almost all of the world have witnessed it: poverty, hunger, unemployment, and the economic hardship of the state governments as well as of the union government, repatriations of people. There have been many kinds of the issues which were tackled by the central government in consultation with the state governments, and that has, we can say, that a lot of effective implementation of the strategy decided by the government of India that was adopted, and it has remained, or we have been successful to a great extent. But since the topic is relating to the local government, let's take up this aspect. And that is, first of all, I would like to tell that the field agencies, that the district disaster management authority at the district level, that has been entrusted with the job or with the responsibility to implement the guidelines and standard operating practices issued by the national government, no doubt in close collaborations or under the supervision of the state government. And there is limited role to the state, to the local governments, particularly under the Disaster Management Act. That responsibility has not been assigned to them. The question is, no doubt, there is a constitutional amendment or constitutional provision is there in the 11th schedule of the Constitution of India, and that has assigned some of the role relating to this health and sanitations, or in dealing with the hospital, primary health centers, dispensaries, etc., to the local government. But in India, there is a belief, particularly while governing the nations, that the entity which has the authority, line authority, will say, and enough physical and financial resources that can effectively deal with the crisis or pandemic-like situations. Therefore, most of the things, or as per the provision made there in law, that is Disaster Management Act. Most of the things or most of the policy decisions were taken by the central government in the country. But it does not mean there was no, as such, no role of the local government. Local government played a very important role, particularly if we take example from Dharavi, which is a slum area and a very big area in Mumbai, that is in the Maharashtra state. And we say that in that cluster, particularly, that has become a containment, that has become a hot spot. And that is the red zone. There was a widespread of pandemic virus in that particular locality. And since it is a very densely populated area, that's why effective measures have been taken. And that's why the local resources, that is the local doctors, not only the government, but the private doctors, civil society, local representatives, local leaders, everything locally for various purposes, that is testing, tracing, then provisioning of the health facilities, then quarantining, health and sanitations, and the Mumbai municipal corporations that has provided all kinds of the resources and leadership support also, that is to tackle that crisis. And we have been successful in dealing with that only with the support of the local people, with the support of the local leadership, with the support of the local governments only. That is a success story in actual we can cite here to prove that the local government can play an effective role in dealing with such crisis. Another example is from the Kerala. Kerala coordinated with the Kerala government coordinated with the local governments, particularly in its efforts in tracing, organizing health checkups, and organizing health checkup camps, sanitation, social distancing messages, etc. These institutions, these local institutions, also provided or also supplied the agriculture laborers, particularly during the days when lockdown was there. And it was essential at that time, because without that it may not be possible to continue with the food supply, or we'll say to keep in operation the food supply chain. It was essential. And particularly, there is another important thing or important service that was provided by the Kerala governments and the local governments in that particular state, that they have provided food to the poor people or for the vulnerable sections, group of the people, particularly and the guest workers who didn't have any kind of the kitchen, and that community kitchen is very popular. And the assistance of the government for that purpose in that community kitchen that has been provided under a scheme known as the Kudambasari. That there was a close collaboration between the local people, local government, and the government for providing food, for providing shelter, and other medical assistance, and also in organizing health camps in Kerala. There is another example from the Odisha. The Odisha state government, again a state government, that has delegated some of the powers which have been assigned to the district level officer, that is the deputy commissioner of the district collector, we know it. And those powers, particularly to ensure quarantine of the returnee and their families in the villages, that was assigned to them. Returnee means a lot of people has keep on migrating to the other states for employment from Odisha state, since it is a economically backward state. And when they returned to their homes, particularly because of this pandemic, then those returnees, they were quarantined by the government, and the local leaders, particularly we call the village headmen, sarpanch, that helped the government in effective implementation of this kind of the quarantine of the people who return from outside, so that spread of this COVID may be avoided. Then there is another important thing is that the Odisha government has delegated the powers to monitor the implementation of this, to monitor implementation of these programs. So there are examples from local governments. In case of the Karnataka also, task force were constituted. Not only that, many other forces, many other states also followed the suit. Because of the time, I may not be able to take up. But lastly, I would like to say that pandemic experience in India that has created that the local government can play a lot of role, particularly if we say that how to provide the medical facility at the local level. No doubt, some of the states adequate infrastructure, medical infrastructure facility is available, but what kind of need is there? Means we can collect the information that will in which area and in which states we need the medical facilities, which needs to be updated, the status of the sanitation facilities particularly, so that we can maintain that kind of the system. Although we have done a lot, particularly in many states, but some of the states are lacking behind that. Then there was a question of the migrant labor, that their transportation could not be planned, but no one is registering who is a migrant labor, who is not, and how much shelter has to be provided to them. Then the public distribution system, because that is required for providing the food, and the daily wages, particularly because of the lockdown, that daily wages could not get the food and even income also. So then how to organize the relief camps, and we say that what kind of the things can be done. It can be systematically investigated in India, keeping in view the facts of the experience we have learned during that. Lastly, I would like to say that the national, state, and local government institutions should be made more collaborative and consultative, especially in political and administrative context, so that not only during the pandemic, but in normal times, we can effectively provide such basic services. We may be able, and our local governments, particularly in India, they have the capacity to provide a local leadership. That is all from my side, whatever I could do within this minimum time. Thank you very much to the organizer. Again, Korea Institute of Public Administration and the United Nations Project Office on Governance. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Professor Malik, for your presentation, despite the unstable connection. However, sharing the important experiences of India and the roles of local governments in India play in responding to COVID-19. For better sharing of his presentations, we'll be sharing his PPT as well as other PPTs on our websites after the forum. Also for better reference, we ask participants for your kind understanding for any inconvenience caused in terms of the connection. Yes. Now, it's my great pleasure to invite the discussant of this session, Mr. Martino Miragilla, who is a program officer at Policy, Legislation, and Governance section of UN Habitat, to provide his comments on the three presentations with policy recommendations, and also to introduce the relevant work of UN Habitat. Mr. Miragilla, the floor is yours.
Good morning, good afternoon, and evening, everyone. I am in Europe, and here it's 9:15, so it's morning from my side. I'm normally based in Nairobi. First of all, thanks to UN DESA and KIPA for inviting UN Habitat and myself to this very important forum, and thanks to the speakers that have their presentations before me for their interesting and inspiring information, and I hope that the public is learning as much as I'm doing right now. I'm tasked with the difficult task of summarizing and discussing the presentation. I have the feeling that we will need another entire forum to do it in detail, but my time is limited. So I will just highlight some of the key points that I think we should take away with us at the beginning, and I will retake them at the end of my presentation in form of policy recommendations. So I think that many interesting elements and points have emerged through the different interventions. Well, first of all, it is common sense that the key role an agreement around the key role of local and regional governments in facing the pandemic, both in terms of facing the health emergency, but also in the long-term recovery. And I'll focus my presentation more on the long-term recovery. The second point is the key importance, as Mr. Malik was rightly saying at the end, of multi-level coordination. So coordination among levels of governance in order to more efficient response, but also to for more policy coherence for the recovery after the pandemic. The need to integrate resilience, and I thank Mr. Zhu for his presentation, within the urban planning to make sure that our cities and communities are prepared to face future emergencies. The relevance of community, the relevance of community action, and the whole of a society approach that was also mentioned in panel in the session 2. And finally, the importance of ICTs and digital tools as a way ahead for planning our society. Based on this, I will introduce a bit of the work of UN Habitat and then come back to these points at the end of my presentation. Next slide, please. Next, please. Thanks. Sorry, I have a bit of transitions in this slide that do not make it easier at doing so. So, yes, if you can go back to the first one, but anyway, I will tell it by heart. So the idea is, why are we talking about cities and why are we talking about local governments? This is a bit of a snapshot of what the reality of our urban areas are. Cities host the 50% of global population, and 24% of which live in slums and informal settlements. We have cases in Asia. I live in Africa, where of course we have some of the big slums and informal settlements in the world, and this figure is set to grow up to the 78% by 2050. So very big numbers. Cities have a very important environmental dimension, environmental impact, as they are responsible for more than 70% of carbon dioxide emissions, while they represent between the 60 and the 80% of the global emergency consumption. From the economics perspective, they account between the 55 and the 85 on national GDPs, while UN DESA prospects that the 80% of future growth will happen in urban areas. Next, please. Based on this, it is clear that cities are bearing the burden of the crisis. Over 2,500 cities have been affected by the crisis, with 90% of registered cases actually happening in urban areas. This, as we see, and as other speakers has highlighted, I won't repeat them, has exacerbated and highlighted some inequalities deeply rooted in our cities and communities. And just thinking about the fact that less than the 50% of the global population has access to public open spaces in less than 50 meters from their homes, which of course limits the capacities of people to cope with also the limitation imposed by national and local governments to face the pandemic. The crisis had an impact on local economies, and if we see that in Africa, for example, it's estimated that local revenues will be reduced up to 65%. Next slide, please. Taking this into consideration, what UN Habitat has been doing is to try to respond as quickly as possible. In April 2020, we have developed a response plan that was initially focused on supporting informal. You can see a bit of the numbers there. I won't read them aloud, but we have been focused on supporting informal settlements and the most vulnerable populations to cope with the immediate impact and the consequence of the crisis, so the health emergencies, but also to support them to cope with those restrictive measures that governments were forced to put in place in order to limit the spread of the outbreak. Secondly, the shift has slowly focused towards the long-term recovery, supporting cities and local governments into strategic and local planning, including resilience for preparing communities and cities for the future's pandemics. I will then, at this point, highlight some of the key components and elements that, in my opinion, are very important to face the pandemic and to boost the recovery, and on which UN Habitat is actually working. Next slide, please. The first and most important, not most important, but one of the most important elements is certainly knowledge. The recovery process needs to be rooted in evidence and scientific grounds. Therefore, research and the development of cutting-edge knowledge is key to support local and regional governments to lift their communities out of the crisis. Next slide, please. What UN Habitat has been doing is we have been constantly researching and developing our normative offer, and among the different, let's say, papers and researches that we have been developing. Next slide, please. I would like to highlight three of them, which are for sure central in our approach towards the pandemic. The first one is the UN Secretary General Policy Brief on COVID-19 in an urban world, of which UN Habitat was the pen holder, and that outlines the UN recommendations to support cities in recovery from the pandemic. Secondly, the World City Report launched at the end of October that kind of outlines how to harness the potential of sustainable urbanization to face the recovery. And finally, and most importantly, what I think it might be useful for you also to know is that we are now currently developing this report on cities and pandemic, which will be our milestone on how to look at and support cities in the context of pandemics. We have been developing this through also consultation with partners, one of which will happen this afternoon, Eastern European time, and also another one tomorrow on the new policy, legal and governance responses to COVID-19. You have all links in case you want to look at them. Next slide, please. How knowledge per se is not enough, though. We need to have it spread. We need to make sure that it is shared with partners. Therefore, the creation of the fostering of territorial partnerships and the creation of learning opportunities for cities and local governments is key to support them towards the sustainable recovery that we are talking about. Next slide, please. To do so, UN Habitat, as we have been working in close contact with our partners and mainly with local and regional governments association at the global and national level to create opportunities for innovative thinking and critical learning, critical thinking and learning and opportunities for local and regional governments. Among what you see on the slide, I would like to mention the UCLG Metropolis and Habitat Alliance around the live learning experience, which was a unique experience. We built a community of practice since March 2020. We have been organizing 17 sessions with more than 240 speakers representing 96 cities, touching upon some of the most relevant topics around the COVID-19 pandemic. Out of this, we have produced a knowledge hub that I invite you to look at because it's quite unique and where you can find the summary of the challenges, but also the solutions that have been proposed by local governments. Because the unicity about these experiences that everything was kind of live. We were learning by doing, but especially we were learning through the live experience of cities and local governments that were facing the pandemic in that very moment. Next slide, please. And the third point that I would like to highlight is the point of resilience. And I thank Mr. Zhu for his presentation because I think this is a key and very important element of if we want to make sure that, and we want to prevent future pandemics to happen, if we want to make sure that our communities and cities are prepared. Next slide, please. We are working on this through the global, to the City Resilience Global Program, and I won't spend too much details on this, but I will invite you to please visit the Urban Resilience Hub, where you will see a bit of the working that we are doing, especially in supporting cities integrating resilient components within their local strategic planning, because that's what we need. We need resilience integrated into that development process that cities do throughout their planning, in order to make sure that how, as Mr. Zhu was saying, that the most beautiful, the most rich, and the most developed cities have also resilience plan to make sure that this makes sense for the future. Next slide, please. All this needs to be embedded within the HDG framework. Working towards the recovery and implementing the SDGs are two faces of the same coin. Next slide, please. Within UN Habitat, we are making sure that our support towards local governments is always embedded within this umbrella framework of the 2030 Agenda, SDG localization. And we are doing this through a flagship program, which is the SDG Cities, that accompanies local governance in every step of the implementation of the SDGs, from data to the formulation and implementation of impact projects. And I would like to highlight one component of this whole process, which is monitoring and reporting. In session 2, I recall a speaker saying, we need data. These processes need to be based on data, need to be based on monitoring, and that's what exactly we need. And in this whole process of monitoring and reporting, we believe that voluntary local reviews have an important role to play, and we are supporting them through knowledge development, through knowledge and guidance development. We have developed the first volume of the guidelines for voluntary local reviews, launched during the HLPF, and we are now developing the second guidelines that will be launched February next year on collecting local and national reporting. And secondly, we provide technical assistance directly to cities such as Moscow, Florence, or Rio de Janeiro. Next slide, please. And I'm coming here to the end of my presentation, where I would like to build on what I've just said and to what the partners and the speakers have said in forms of policy recommendations. So what I think that we can like take away at home with us is that we need to strengthen local governance systems for the recovery process. Local regional governments as main actors of these systems need to be empowered and equipped to face and to deliver on the development mandate. And we need new forms of funding. When I'm talking about resources, I'm talking about funding, I'm talking about technical assistance, and I'm talking about human resources as well. And we need to focus the support on public service delivery and social inclusion, which are the cornerstones of our recovery. The recovery needs to be sustainable, resilient, and inclusive, and to do so, we have already the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs to guide us throughout this path. So let's take that agenda as main reference while building sustainable cities and communities. Multi-level coordination, as the speaker was saying, I have highlighted throughout their presentation, is key. We need coordination among levels of governance to ensure that the response is efficient and that we have policy coherence so that our recovery strategy is coherent and is more impactful. We need to integrate resilience into local planning because we need cities and communities that are resilient, and we need to prepare them for future emergencies. And while preparing, we are also avoiding future pandemic and future emergencies to happen. What the COVID-19 has demonstrated is the importance of community action, of civil society, of territorial partnerships. Therefore, the recovery needs to be based on a whole of our society and a whole of sector approach. And let's make sure that the partnerships that have emerged throughout the COVID-19 are also carried throughout, let's say, normal times. We need to empower citizens and their associations. We need to invest in innovation, digital technologies as the basis for the future of our lives. And last but not least, I think that everything that we are talking about is embedded in is in climate change. We need to make sure that we fight against and that we address the most important crisis that we have had, which is climate change, which is at the very origin of this COVID-19 pandemic as well. So let's treat it as the emergency that we are facing now, and let's make sure that no other future emergencies as the COVID-19 will emerge in the future. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miraglia, for your insightful comments on the key points of the three presentations, as well as the insightful recommendations. Thank you very much also for introducing the work of UN Habitat on local governance and forging local partnerships to support COVID-19 recovery at the local level, as well as the interlinkages to achieving to the 2030 agenda. Thank you very much. Yeah. Now we will have some time for Q&A. The forum is slightly behind the schedule, but I think we could have a little time for several questions. As we didn't receive any questions from the participants through the Q&A box, maybe I'll ask a few questions for a very brief answer from the speakers. Considering the time, it will be appreciated if you could, speakers could keep your response brief. Yes, I'll ask my first question to Mr. Xu Ju from ICLEI. So based on the work and experiences of ICLEI, what are the factors of effective and sustainable cooperation among cities? What do you think could be the suggested innovative mechanisms or platforms for effective city cooperation in COVID-19 response? Mr. Xu Ju?
Yes, thanks for this. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can. Thank you.
I would say that most cities are enjoying learning from each other. So a platform for peer learning and knowledge sharing would be very much appreciated, in particular by ICLEI's members across the world. Say, for example, how this local governments can take actions in ensuring the normal operation and the supplies of the urban provisions. For example, the very basic need like in food, water, energy supplies, and also need for transportation and mobility. Such a critical challenge during the pandemic that many cities are facing very similar pressure and challenges. So they would be very much appreciating that if there is such an opportunity for them to directly talk with each other, in particular among the policymakers, like at the mayoral or governor level. So this is one. Secondly, I would say that in the past, we look at the city sustainable development or local sustainable development. We addressed the issue and challenge of climate change, of the pollution issues, in particular air pollution in East Asia, but how can we connect the agenda of such traditional sustainability or environmental challenges with the challenge brought by the pandemic? You know, maybe it will come back again. How to build synergy and integration between the policies and the strategies of coping with the traditional challenge with this new crisis. That's also an issue of efficiency and effectiveness. Thirdly is constant support to the local government, both at the leadership level, but also at the technical level, the capacity building for them to really build their knowledge and know-how on specific measures and actions. I think these 3 points are to be highlighted. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your insights. Next question I would like to ask to my colleague Prabin. So we've discussed the the important, I think Mr. Shuju just also echoed, it is important to develop the capacity, the skills, and also mindsets for the local government officials to promote effective, inclusive, and innovative responses to COVID-19. So could you share with us what kind of capacity development support UN DESA, DPIDG, UNPOG provides to member states for effective COVID-19 responses, including those at the local level, please? Just briefly, please. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mikyung,
you.
for the question. So as one of the mandate of UNPOG is to strengthen public administration capacities of developing countries for achieving the sustainable development goals with a focus in Asia and the Pacific and the East Africa. And like UNPOG has adapted quickly to the new challenges and step up its capacity support to member states in leveraging public governance and spearheading, innovative solution for addressing the COVID-19 pandemics. And in regard to this, our office is continuously promoting capacity development at the national and subnational level through a holistic and integrated approach. So this includes capacity needs assessment and supporting the design and implementation of a roadmap for strengthening institutions and capacities to develop, implement, monitor, and evaluate policies and services to implement the SDGs. And this is delivered through training workshop, online courses, and development of toolkits. So I would just like to inform the participants that we have organized in this year, we have organized a series of capacity development webinar on leveraging ICTs and digital government for innovative solutions to address the COVID-19 pandemic, and also accelerating digital transformation for sustainable and resilient recovery from COVID-19. And we have also organized 2 online training courses to pilot our training toolkits. And so recently we have also organized in collaboration with the Ministry of the Interior and Safety of the Government of the Republic of Korea, regional symposium on effective, inclusive, and accountable public institutions and digital government transformation for resilient recovery and SDG implementation to equip public institutions with the capacity necessary to, sustainable and resilient recovery while keeping the focus on implementation of 2030 agenda for sustainable development. And lastly, I would also like to mention about the we are developing 3 training toolkits which are part of UN DESA's curriculum on governance for SDGs, the effective national to local public governance for SDG implementation, government innovation for social inclusion of vulnerable groups, and risk-informed governance and innovative technology for disaster risk reduction and resilience. And all of this, the objective of this training toolkit is to support the capacity development of the member state in effective response to COVID-19, as well as for the achievement of SDG implementation and achievement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Robin. Maybe one last question to Mr. Martino Virgila. In your last part of your presentation, you highlighted also the interlinkage of COVID-19 recovery supporting work to promoting and advancing the localization of SDGs. In that regard, could you further maybe elaborate a little more on what you think are the challenges and also the possible opportunities, maybe including accelerating digital transformation and etc., brought by the COVID-19 pandemic to achieving the 2030 agenda at the local level, as well as addressing other urban challenges? Thank you.
Sure. I'll keep it short. It's quite a challenge to keep it short, but let's say the challenges are many and are numerous, and I think that the most evident one is the fact that our economies are on our need, and the local as well as national governments now are really focused on let's say recovering from the immediate emergency. Of course, we don't go back to 2015. What has been done in the past 5 years of implementation will not get lost. But it's clear that we still don't know exactly which will be the consequences and let's say the weight of the consequences of this crisis. In terms of opportunities, I think that at the same time, the COVID-19, even though it has clearly put us in a situation of crisis, it has also like opened our eyes towards the importance of sustainability. It's something that is in the mouth of everyone. Everyone wants to work towards a recovery that is sustainable, inclusive, and resilient, because we need to avoid future emergencies and crises to outbreak, and we need to be more prepared for them. So I think that on another side, the crisis has put the SDGs and the local agenda on the spot as the main tools to guide governments out of the crisis. What I think it will be important for us to say, and unfortunately we don't know out yet, which will be the final balance between the balance between the actual impact and long-term consequence of the crisis and the push that the crisis had to work towards the achievement of the SDGs. And this we will know by 2030. And I really hope that governments will look more towards the long-term recovery rather than the ad hoc immediate response, which is of course still very important. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Martino Rearguila, for your response. Now it is the time to wrap up the session 3. And during the session 3 today, we have discussed the important role of local governance in COVID-19 response. It is crucial that local government effectively coordinates with the national government and engages and collaborates with other diverse stakeholders for effective, efficient, and inclusive COVID-19 response. So we also have listened to 2 international organizations on their initiatives to promote innovative local partnerships and supporting strengthening capacities at the local level. So I would like to once again extend my sincere appreciation to all 4 speakers of this session. And this concludes the session 3. With this is the end of the 2020 KIPA-UN DESA Forum on Public Governance and Innovative Partnerships for Addressing the COVID-19 Pandemic. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to once again deeply appreciate all participants who have joined us today and stayed with us until the end of the forum, as well as all speakers for their insightful presentations and discussions today. We hope this forum has provided a meaningful opportunity to learn and share experiences and insights for strengthening public governance and fostering innovative partnerships for addressing the challenges of COVID-19. Before we close the forum, there are several announcements to share. First, we would like to share that there is an online discussion board created at UNPOG website for continued online discussion. And we hope this online discussion board can also facilitate continued partnership building among the participants of the forum today. Secondly, we kindly note that the presentations and video recordings of the forum of the presenters will become available at KIPA and UNPOG's websites shared in the screen. Lastly, we would like to invite you to kindly spend a few minutes to take part in the post-forum survey through the link also shared in the screen currently. Your valuable comments will greatly help us to better improve the future event. So with this, I would like to thank you once again for your participation and contribution, and we hope everyone stays safe and healthy and stay connected. Thank you very much.